There goes the neighborhood.
And there was much rejoicing.
Didn't your meds kick in yet?
We got David Lefkowitz here. He's a Long Island arts guy. He's got his own radio show.
I want you all to really enjoy a wonderful program done by a fine artist.
A glorious thing of unparalleled beauty.
Dave's gone by. Dave is one of my very favorite broadcasters, so keep on listening to Mr. Dave.
Tropical hot dog night. Like two flamingos in a fruit fight. Every color of day. Whirling around at night. I'm playing this music so the young girls will come out to meet the master tonight. Tropical hot dog night. Like two flamingos in a fruit fight. I don't want to know about wrong or right. I don't want to know. I'm anywhere tonight. Tropical hot dog night.
Well, there goes the neighborhood. Good morning, everybody.
Good Lord, David, could you hold on a little longer?
I don't know if I could. Not with my breath controlled the way it is. How are you, darling?
I'm very sleepy today.
Oh, are you?
I'm sleepy.
We went to the farmer's market before.
That was exhausting.
It was exhausting walking for 15 minutes.
That was exhausting.
You bought cheese. You bought cheese and a bucket of apples.
I like it.
What was exhausting
Those
about
apples
that?
will be good.
They're Honeycrisp. They're tiny though. They look like crab apples. You
But
like those?
yeah, I'm gonna I cut them. Because I don't want to ruin all my teeth that I go to the dentist to fix. So all I do is I slice them up and I eat them. They're good.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. They look pretty good. We got our squash and we got our cucumbers from
Tomatoes.
our bearded man that we like at. Before anything else, okay? Before I forget, let's give a shout out, a Dave's Gone By shout out to our friends at Westridge Veterinary Hospital. Well, I mean, I hate calling it a hospital. What would you call it?
It is a hospital because they can do surgery.
But it's also a veterinarian. You know, I feel like CSU was a hospital. This is
CSU is a medical center.
For vet. A medical center for our dogs.
Yeah.
So it's specific for no other animals need to go there, just our dogs.
That's right.
Go to Westridge.
They should have by now they should have their own wing. The Murray and Oofty wing.
Yeah, we paid for it. And I loved it. Like, what was it, last year, one of our vets took his family to New York. It's like, we didn't. No. On our money, they went to New York. You know?
I'm sure they're bigger spenders.
Well, sure. Well, yeah, but it's just kind of funny that God knows how many kids we put through orthodontia.
I doubt it. That's not enough. Orthodontia's expensive. It's thousands of dollars.
I wonder. But we do love our friends at Westridge.
You always have the weirded backhanded way to give compliments, David.
Don't I?
It's like, well, you weren't convicted of murder, but it was just, premeditated homicide, so...
That's the way I roll, baby.
That's how you roll.
I bring in the ugly first, and then I cement it over with the beautiful.
That's not really how you bring in the ugly, and then you just try to compliment the ugly, which is not, it's still ugly.
It's kind of the Wendy Williams thing. Well, she's... Yeah.
I like Wendy Williams.
I know you like Wendy Williams. Yeah.
She's honest, and she shops in her slippers.
Yeah, because she's Wendy Williams and she can.
You could shop in your slipper. You used to work with no shoes on. So what are you talking about?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's when people called me eccentric and gave me weird looks.
And they still do. And they still do.
That's true. True, but I have bunions, If I'm going to be sitting at somebody else's desk all day, and I'm doing my work, working harder than anybody else.
Oh, yeah, right.
And
working hard or hardly working.
That's right. Well, why shouldn't I be comfortable? Women can wear these open-toed sandals. Women can do all these things.
So can men.
Yeah, I guess I could. But for me, I had socks on. I wasn't going like barefoot. I'm like, I'm going to take these babies off. It was just I got kind of lazy.
No, didn't you step in peepers?
Well, that was the thing. Yeah. If I wanted to go to get something from the kitchen or just go to a file, I didn't suddenly now want to have to start putting on my shoes every time I did that.
No, but say what happened in the bathroom. That's why you had to do it.
Yeah, I think I probably told this story.
I don't think so.
This is so great. We had, where I was working, and this is going back now, 10, 15 years.
20 years.
A man who had started as a paper boy. Literally, I mean, it was a delivery guy.
Yeah.
In the 1940s, back when this company was, I don't know if it was not first starting.
No, but it was the heyday, yeah.
Yeah, or 1940s New York. The guy started in the equivalent of the mailroom of this publishing company. And so he rose and rose and rose, became the head of advertising for many, many years.
Wow.
And then he got older and kind of was emeritus. He was the guy. You wouldn't send them on sales calls. You wouldn't send them on anything else. What you would do is you would have these advertising people, these people scrapping to make sure that companies would advertise in our pages rather than anywhere else. And they would do all that. But sometimes you had to go up the ladder. So if it was hard to wring money out of the company, if you wanted to do a really good buy. So what would happen? Well, this guy who started in the mailroom in the 1940s and
he
was
knew
still
everybody,
there in the
right?
1990s, what?
He knew everybody, yeah.
He also knew who the CEOs were.
Oh.
He knew the CEOs when they were
He was the
junior
closer,
executives.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's when you give this old guy in his office, and he was a really sweet guy, by the way, okay, and you say, you know what, can you call so-and-so, who's now the executive vice president?
So he was like the Don, the mafia Don, yeah.
And you say, talk to him, maybe schmooze him, maybe remind him all the things our publication has done for you guys. And everybody goes to the theater, reads this thing, so. And so that's why. It was loyalty, and it was also the occasional phone call that might be worth $80,000.
Whoa.
I mean, it was both. It was, and maybe he had
Did he get a salary?
Sure. He probably was on some kind of contract also that said he could never be. I don't know if that's
How
possible.
can they give you a contract saying you'll never be fired?
Yeah. I mean, he probably wasn't that. He was probably just worth keeping on because maybe he made 8 phone calls a year that were of tremendous value.
Wow.
Even for schmoozing.
Why can't you do that?
Well,
you could schmooze the wing shack to get a free wing.
I would love that.
You could get a free wing with dippins.
Delicious.
Maybe you could get a fried Oreo too at the Fat Shack.
Oh God. But the problem was that by now he was in his 80s. Well into his 80s when I was working there, and old and did not see very well at all.
Wow.
He could get around. He didn't have a cane. He was perfectly fine in other ways, but he was not. His eyesight was not wonderful. So when he would go to the bathroom, to the men's room, to the urinal, you knew when he had been there.
Oh God!
Because AIM was not.
And how did you know it was him, not other people?
I was, I think, warned. Because I would go to the bathroom myself and
very good.
Not bother.
Good job, buddy.
He didn't need any help from anybody else.
Good job.
And not to bother to put on my shoes because I was too late. I'm just going to walk to the bathroom, take a pee, and get back to work. But I walk, not really even paying attention. Go to the urinal and suddenly, squish.
Ew.
And I realized I'd be standing in Tom's pee.
Oh God.
And I would learn my lesson briefly.
Wow.
And then remember to put on my shoes every time I toggled over to the bathroom.
No one told you that he had a little problem?
After that, I mean, because they see me as Dave, I understand you don't want to, you have carpeting, you're by your desk, you don't want to keep your shoes on there. But if you go to the bathroom by the urinal, and if Tom has been there, there's an indoor swimming pool.
Oh, God.
True
Why
story.
didn't somebody talk with him?
Why do you talk with a man? What do you say? Please.
You should remember we saw that from the Bed Bath & Beyond, the toilet bowl that lights up? Maybe get that for him.
Well, he's not anymore. He's yellowing his coffin as we speak.
Wow.
But, it would have been, maybe that would have helped us, or a guidepost, or I don't know what else, a tube. Take a paper towel roller and just attach it to him and attach it to the end of the toilet.
That would have been worse.
Yeah, it might have been fun to watch.
I don't think so.
So that was my. How do we get into my being in socks at work. How did we lead to that from the vet? How do we even go there?
I don't know.
Anyway, a shout out to our friends at Westridge Veterinarian
Well, they're used to
Hospital.
cleaning up doo-doo pee-pee. All the animals make doo-doo
That's
pee-pee.
right. That's right. Ours have.
Everybody does. You told me everybody poops.
Well, you know that story that happened to us a few years ago when we were at the vet?
What?
With not the dog we usually bring to the vet, but the
Who?
healthy one, relatively.
Who?
And he was there for his regular
Oh,
checkup,
yeah, I know what
believe.
you're going to say, yeah.
So I'm holding him, and there you guys are talking, and I'm holding the dog, and he's looking at the dog. And I'm standing there, and I'm like, why? I suddenly look down at my feet, and there's poop by my feet. And at least I'm wearing shoes now. I'm in the
Yeah,
vet,
thank
so I'm
God.
wearing shoes.
You're formal.
I'm like, why is there poop near my shoes? I didn't see that before. And then I look down my sleeve, and there's poop running down my sleeve. And then I realize that the dog, while I'm holding him, this is the respect we get from our animals. They put us in the poorhouse and they poop all over me. You know?
It's like your relationship with women.
Good point. Good point. Except you didn't put me in the poorhouse. You saved me from the poorhouse.
That's right. And I never poop on you. I love you.
I know,
I love
you
on
too.
you.
I love you. So do you remember? I know we have Dr. Staples over there and Dr. Combs, but I wish I remember the name of the vet.
The vet tech I can't remember. She's very pretty. But I don't remember her name. I'm so, I'm bad with names. I always forget. All the girls there, they're all nice girls. We had a few boys there that were nice, but mostly girls. They're nice
girls 'cause they're hot,
girls.
Yeah.
So don't you think that's part of the marketing?
Well, to an extent, veterinarians, most of them are women and half of them are lesbians. That's just
That's
the nature
not
of
true.
That's what it is.
That's not
the
true.
girls who become vets.
That's not true. Look at CSU. We had a nice represent. Well,
we
CSU
don't
was
know if
bigger. Yeah.
those girls, some of them were.
I'm sure you question them in
Oh,
detail.
I would have questioned one or two of them. Oh my God.
You're so naughty.
They
were
yeah.
so nice.
They could have examined me from morning until night.
Yeah, they're going to give you your vaccines.
No needles, though.
There you go.
Oh.
Vaccine time.
Oh no, they just pet me. And
no,
give
they
me
wouldn't.
treats.
They'd cut you open and do stuff to your innards. That's what they do.
I don't want them to do. I
That's
like to
what,
do
and
things
they
to
don't.
their innards, but
And they
that's
don't know
different.
how to do it because they're learning at the CSU is a teaching hospital.
right.
So yeah, you don't want that.
Oh.
It might not be what you think.
Yeah, this was definitely the most backhanded shout out I've ever heard.
Will you play a song later for the girls?
Let's see. I was gonna think of what song. Maybe I can go on YouTube and find one because I think we've lost our interwebs again on this machine.
No, really?
Go
to Google.
Jump to Xfinity again, so let's see. Hold on. If I can, I can get to YouTube. Nope, we lost it again.
I'll do it. You tell them what you're doing on the show.
Oh, great show today. We are live, by the way. It's 9:16 in the morning, Mountain Time, on this Saturday, September 17th, 2016. It's the last Saturday of summer of 2016. And we are doing our 574th episode of Dave's Gone By. With me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling wife, Joyce, starting the show. We're here in beautiful Greeley, Colorado. It really is beautiful today. At the University of Northern Colorado on uncradio.com, which is working. Even our official college university page on UNC's web pages is working. So if there's unco.edu/UNC radio, if you want to be specific about it. And we were having all sorts of issues over the summer of streaming and being on our Nicecast and our Shoutcast, and people not really being able to hear the program live. They have to go to my archives and listen a day or two after it aired. But now we are live. If you're having some trouble for some reason with uncradio.com, you still can go to that server room website. It's all on my own website, davesgoneby.com. You click on that server room thing and you can listen through your iTunes. But I'm so thrilled that after all these weeks, the recording mechanisms are working. The microphones are working. Watch. I'll start talking and we'll have an earthquake and everything will break. And it's what my people call the Kanina Hura. But I'm going to do it anyway. It's wonderful that everything's been working and great. And by the way, our website is up.
You don't have this plugged in.
And could you do that for me, please? I forgot to plug in the my other... See, I told you I forgot to do something or something would go wrong. It's not really wrong. Joyce is going to plug it in as we speak. But the davesgoneby.com website is now all new, all redone, and you can go there. It's still all the same great information in the archives that you can listen to virtually every program we've ever done, going back to October of 2002. But we moved, it took months, to move and archive all our stuff from our old website onto a WordPress brand new site. It's really clean. It's really clear. You'll see the archives on the right side of the page where you can click on the episodes. You can click on the individual interviews that we've done, hundreds, almost 700 of them. You can click on the songs and the skits, and even we've done a new archive of all the Wretched Puns of Destiny, that a segment that we're doing for a couple of years. So definitely, please check out the brand new and wonderful davesgoneby.com. Let me know what you think of it. I think you can even leave comments on some of the videos and the audio that we have. Very, very proud. I was hoping to have it done a month ago. It took longer than I thought, as these things do. But now that it's there, I'm really, really proud. And there's an archive of photographs as well. Check it out. Anyway, for this episode of Dave's Gone By, which will be archived in a day or two, we will have two Saturday segues of wonderful music. One of them will be devoted to would-have-been birthdays. That's when we honor an artist who is no longer with us, but left behind quite a bit of terrific music. So we're going to be honoring Hank Williams and Shooby Taylor. You don't get more different than that. Hank Williams and Shooby Taylor on one of the Saturday segues, and also another one of songs in the news. Songs.
You have to restart your computer.
Okay. Actually, this would be a perfect time. Do it. Joyce says she has to restart.
Is that allowed?
My, yeah, don't worry about that computer. As long as I don't need the iTunes, we're good. So just log out and go back in.
Okay.
Or you just quit Safari, maybe. That might help. And then go back and reload Safari. But yeah, shut down. Don't log out. Just shut down. Anyway, sorry, folks. So our Saturday segues, songs in the news, Shooby and Hank. We'll also have our Inside Broadway segment where we talk about the theater and Broadway, lots of Broadway news, some really sad Broadway news that broke this very morning. I don't even have a lot of information about that, but we'll talk a little bit about Edward Albee died.
Oh no.
88 years old, man who wrote...
No more plays.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't written a new play in a couple of years, because I think he was sort of under the weather for a bit. But the man who wrote Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf and The Zoo Story and, oh gosh.
Long Day's Journey into Albee.
Well, some of his plays were rather long journeys for me. But
Edward Albee.
some of his stuff was really Three Tall Women.
And One Short Man.
And the one about the lizards who become semi-humanish.
Lizard, Sleestack Kingdom.
Seascape, that's it. Not Sleestack. That'd be excellent.
It was Sleestack Kingdom.
Wow. Sleestack.
Do you want Potato? Let Potato, he's waiting to do his solo.
Oh, yeah, we have Potato.
Ever since he saw that Florence something Jenkins.
Oh, the Florence Foster. You want to talk about the...
Well, no, I think Potato wants to sing.
Okay, well, speaking of singing, let me first tell our listeners, though, that the main thing... Okay, we've got our music. We also have our Bob Dylan segment where we'll play some Bob Dylan songs and be celebrating the anniversary of his Oh Mercy album. One of his best later albums.
Is it No Mercy or Oh Mercy?
No, it's Oh Mercy. It's one of his really good ones from later on in his career. Kind of one of the several Bob Dylan comeback albums. And we'll be playing some songs from that. But most importantly, we'll have guests, not one, but two guests in the neighborhood. They're both terrific singers. They're actors as well. Sally Mays has been on Broadway. She, let me get my notes on her before I forget. She made her Broadway debut back in 1992 in a Cy Coleman musical called Welcome to the Club, and she won a Theatre World Award for that. She's also a Drama Desk and Outer Critics Circle nominee. She was in that marvelous revival of She Loves Me in 1994. I didn't see this new one, which was supposed to be really good as well. But that revival 20-something years ago really brought She Loves Me back into the fold as one of those, one of the near greatest Broadway musicals that have ever been done out there. She was also in Urban Cowboy. She was in the big off-Broadway hit, the original Closer Than Ever. She was in Das Barbecue. I didn't even remember that one. J.T. Simmons was in there. I'll never forget that. Never forget that one moment from Das Barbecue. I'm not a huge Richard Wagner fan, and I cannot follow the ring cycle for beings. But I just remember J.T. Simmons, before Law and Order, before he played that psychotic music teacher, he played a narcoleptic giant, and it was hysterical. He would just be talking, and he'd just fall right asleep in this hilariously funny way. And that's unfortunately the only thing I remember from Das Barbecue, but I do remember that. Anyway, Sally Mays, she and cabaret cohort Jeff Harnar. He is a Noel Coward Foundation award winner. He's won MAC Awards and Bistro Awards for his cabaret and singing work, and he's played in all the big New York cabaret venues like the Algonquin Oak Room and Feinstein's and Carnegie Hall. He's done theme shows dedicated to people like Cy Coleman and the Gershwins and Vincent Minnelli. A very, very fine singer is Jeff Harnar. Well, anyway, Sally Mays and Jeff Harnar have teamed up, and they've done this a few times already, they're good friends, to do a cabaret show together. They're calling it Double Take. Sally Mays and Jeff Harnar at the same time. They're at the Laurie Beachman Theater tonight, Saturday, September... Oh, no, I'm sorry. They're not tonight. Forgive me. They're on Wednesday nights, September 21st. This Wednesday night, September 21st at the Laurie Beachman Theater. That's in the West Bank Cafe. And then they're also going to be there next Wednesday night, September 28th. So do go see them. They're a lot of fun. They have a lot of fun together. He sings beautifully. She sings in all different marvelous styles, from sort of country western to typical standards and ballads and pop. You definitely want to check them out. Sally Mays and Jeff Harnar. What? You don't know who they are? You're not sure? You're kind of on the fence? Okay. Well, why don't you hear them talk to Rabbi Sol Solomon later, right on this broadcast? They're going to be with us in the neighborhood, both of them. So it's going to be an amazing show. Get it? Amazing, Sally Mays, and that's what
I can't do this stupid thing.
All right, so leave the computer. Be with me. Talk to me. We have to talk about Potato Day.
We're on a time schedule.
Yeah, well, because we have a lot to do. Well, actually, we're not going to that restaurant. So what's our time?
Oh yeah, I got food at school.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. So what's Oh, I think it's raining.
Oh.
Last week we were not here. I missed. That's why I'm running off in the mouth. Whenever I miss a week,
you get so upset.
The radio station,
I know.
I come back and I'm like, blah, 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 because I feel like I've missed so much.
Yeah, vomitorrhea.
So I took
Logorrhea.
What? Logorrhea. I make up the best joke ever.
Okay,
ever yesterday.
Dígame.
We were watching. Do you remember the name of that painter sculptor guy? Last night we were watching on.
Oh, he was in Mexico. The one who was doing the.
Yes.
He was making a styrofoam house from the inside out. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And he took all his tools and he strung them up to be inside the tools because tools make the person.
Yeah, and it was this really creative, really good Mexican artist, right? Uh-huh. And then he did this and he was working in different media, so he was doing painting and drawing, and he also did this. It was almost like an Alexander Calder mobile sculpture thing.
Oh, with the tools.
Oh no, not before the tools. He did one with tortillas.
Oh, in the car. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were kind of all these tortillas sort of joined together like an artistic sculpture. And I said, what they really ought to do.
Oh God.
Is at the opening night of the art show at the gallery, they should bring out like the tortilla and burrito sculpture, and then an hour later bring out a diarrhea sculpture.
So disgusting. So disgusting.
Well, if you really want the authentic Mexican experience,
That's not authentic.
Yeah, I know.
You're so naughty.
It's just the Chipotle experience. No, I kid.
You haven't eaten there in so long. What are you even talking about?
I know, and it's food. It's good. It's gotten better. No, Chipotle's taking all sorts of hits.
Why?
Oh, God.
Stock stuff, right?
All sorts of news stories. Not the wasn't Listeria. What was that scare they had last year?
Oh, I don't know.
But now there was also stuff about how they clock their employees in and out, and the employees end up working hours that they're not paid for. There's this big corporate scandal with Chipotle that's,
Well, you
that's
mean
been going
it's,
on for weeks.
It's they're underpaying them.
Yeah. In other words, employees are off the clock but still working or stuff
That's
like
illegal.
that. Duh. That's the issue.
I could be a labor lawyer. That's illegal.
Yeah. That's the thing. This is being fought out in court cases. Unfortunately, it's not like I have this in the front of mind to tell you the exact details of this. I'm just saying Chipotle's getting hit from both sides as they're getting over the cases of. Well, it wasn't food poisoning. Was it listeria?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Why do you think it happens to companies? Do you think somebody attacks a company? Do you think, or it's like a lot of websites get hacked and stuff? Why do you think we target certain companies?
I don't know. I think sometimes it's a company's time to get hit.
You've
You've got
gristmill,
even disgruntled employees, or
I
won't mention names, but there's a certain university where there's a guy at a local newspaper who tends to write stories about that university that are 90% negative.
But that's different. I mean, that's I think is a smaller scale, but it's like a large company. They're nationwide. I mean, that's like a weird. Why them? Why not another company?
Why not Taco Bell?
Or any company.
Well, Taco Bell went through its stuff a few years back of what's really in the Taco Bell.
And so
meat.
did McDonald's and all the others too,
yeah,
right?
So they each goes through its own, and if they're strong enough, they persevere and come through. This is just double-barreled. Chipotle went through.
That's really sad. We like
Chipotle.
Yeah, we like the kids that work there. They're such good kids.
Yeah. But I mean, let's also be honest too. We eat there because it's convenient. If you go to a real Mexican place for a burrito, they're going to give you 4 times the amount of meat in a $7 burrito.
They won't give me 4 times the amount of meat.
Well, I'm saying, as much as we like the people at Chipotle, and we've seen turnover there.
Jag, you're so negative today. It's uncomfortable for me. Yeah, you're super negative.
I'm just talking about Chipotle.
You're
and diarrhea.
negative. You're super negative.
All right.
Flip the script and
I'm
talk
thrilled
about.
That we have Sally Mays and Jeff Harnar in the neighborhood.
Talk about Potato Day.
Okay, so I was just saying that again, how did we get from me being off?
I don't know, because you're insane.
Talking about
because your brain is
Chipotle
wired
diarrhea.
differently than most.
It really is.
It is.
That's the joy of it. By the way, it's 9:30 in the morning Mountain Time.
Wow.
Here at uncradio.com. So took off last week, not for sleeping, not because I was busy grading, which I was, but the most important thing, and you even turned down a chance to go to Estes Park and stay in a cabin.
See, you're ruining it. You're so negative. It wasn't a wedding.
Oh, it was a birthday. That's
and
right.
You're so negative. Drop the
negativity.
You even turned down this opportunity. Can't you just be positive?
But tell people why we did not go to Estes Park. What was so special?
I don't know why.
About last Saturday morning in Greeley, Colorado, in Centennial Village. It was the 27th, I believe, annual, except it hasn't been really annual, but the 27th Potato Day in Greeley.
No, whoops.
Yeah, I don't know what that Potato Day, ladies.
Oh, wait.
Well, we're getting the facts now with all the details of the 7 years. What noise?
That's applause. You gave me the.
Yeah.
You want to be negative? You gave me the worst sound machine ever that we have.
You
never bring the bag. You're so disorganized.
I know.
And if you forget my farmer's market cheese, don't come home.
Okay. Thanks, darling. Okay, so in the 7 years that we've been living in northern Colorado, in Greeley, Colorado.
I think it's 8.
Starting on our 8th.
Because didn't we move in 9? August 9.
Right. Yeah. It's 9.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Well, you're right.
Yeah. And you are now starting your 8th year at UNC.
That's why.
So, but in the 7 times that we've been here, I've been to 5 Potato Days. Mm-hmm. One time I missed because I was getting over a bad cold and it was rainy.
No, one time you had the sniffles and there was 1 drop of rain.
No. Would I have missed Potato Day?
Yes, you would have.
I think not.
Yeah.
Now look who's being negative.
Me, because it rubbed off on me.
I was getting over a bad cold, and it was this drizzly, 40-degree weather, and I was just like, So I feel bad for missing it.
You should.
And then another time, and this is, of course, the great and glorious proof that God exists.
Oh, God.
Because they had Potato Day in late September. Mm-hmm. And that particular year was one of those years when the Jewish holidays fell out weird. And Rosh Hashanah was like at the end of August. Mm-hmm. And Yom Kippur was on the Saturday.
The biggest day of atonement.
The Day of Atonement also became the Day of Potatonement.
Potatonement, yes.
They put Potato Day on the same day as Yom Kippur, which was a horrible thing. I actually wrote a really upset letter to the Greeley town council or saying, how could you do, of all the days in the year, of all the Saturdays, you had to put this on a day when Jewish people cannot go. Not that we have a lot of Jewish people in this town.
David, you mean you? It's all self-centered.
Well, yeah, but there are 60, 70
You're like,
Jewish
last
families.
year I had sniffles. Come on now, work with me, peoples.
But when we moved here, there were 65 Jewish families in Greeley. I'll bet you now with all the migration and stuff, there's close to 100. I wouldn't be surprised.
I bet you there's 68.
Yeah, you're probably right. So I said, it's really not nice that you do this. Why would you put Potato Day on a day when we can't celebrate? So, okay, I resolved myself that I'm going to skip Potato Day for that year because I'm mad, And what happens? This was about 3 years ago.
Lightning struck?
More than that. That was the year, literally.
Oh, the flood.
When God brought the floods to Greeley. God looked down.
You sure it's not global warming?
It could have been.
Okay.
Could have been global farming.
Maybe it's all the potatoes being taken from the field. They unearthed the prairie dogs that unearthed the water that let the water go that flooded the field.
God, right there, exactly.
Yeah.
So that year, and thank God we were okay, and UNC was okay because we're on higher ground, but parts of Greeley were underwater. There was bridges that were broken. There was a lot of bad stuff.
Yeah.
It was a bad flood, and they canceled Potato Day.
Wow.
That year. 3 years ago it was. So I was like, they're not going to make that mistake again. You don't mess.
See, now you make it negative again. Everything is negative. You can't even celebrate. Let's try to get 2 minutes of pure positivity from you.
Impossible. You know me.
I don't know you at all.
I could be rich with a harem of cheerleaders.
And a full head of hair. You could be 6'1", blonde and gorgeous.
Now look who's being negative. I'm like showing all the things I'm not.
I'm hoping. That's being hopeful.
Okay, hold on. Let's see if it worked. No, penis did not grow. Okay, so...
That's disgusting.
Thank you. We did go this year to Potato Day, which was on the most beautiful weather you could imagine.
I don't know what these are, so...
I should have gotten another sound. Oh, maybe there's one. Hold on. Let me see if there's one in the computer bag.
Just talk. No, David. Get in. You don't leave the mic. Talk to your show.
No. They're in the car. So.
I don't know what that was.
Me neither. Oh, and I think 2 of them are still in the house, actually.
Oh, we got emails from the vet. Let's see.
Oh, really? Are you serious?
Yeah.
What do they say? They're listening. They're horrified.
We want to thank you for the shout out on the radio show. Shayna's the girl.
Shayna, my
Megan,
Shayna
Amanda,
Magel.
Christina, Jess, Rachel, and Dr. Enlow.
Oh, I don't. Well, welcome, Dr. Enlow. I don't know who that is.
You got to shout them out nice now.
So say them again.
It says, "Good morning. We want to thank you for your shout out on the radio show today. We caught it just in time. You guys are very entertaining. Tell Murray and Oofty Gooft hello for us. Have a nice weekend. Shayna, Megan, Amanda, Christina, Jess, Rachel, and Dr. Enlow."
Well, that's so sweet.
Yeah.
Well, hello, guys. How you doing? Didn't mean to get negative on you, and sorry for the lesbian implications for those of you who are or aren't. But other than that,
you're just a strange man.
Well, Potato Day.
Oh, okay.
Let's get there. But thank you, guys. Thank you at Westridge. So, we get to and we go in the morning this time because last year what we did was I did my radio show, cut it a little short, and then we went to Potato Day at about noon. Mm-hmm. And it was nice and it was good, but it was hot already.
No, we went too late. It was so hot. And the axe thrower, it was too much.
And also, of course, we missed the Greeley Tribune photographer. I was covered with potatoes. I was festooned.
You were so sick because you got in the paper. You can't be in the paper every day.
Because the year before.
Yeah, they
that
made
was the
a
greatest
story.
thing ever. They took this giant picture of me.
Do you have it on
you.
your Facebooks?
Yeah, I have a picture up on Facebook. I think I even have the picture up maybe on the davesgoneby.com website. I'm not sure. So, literally, front page story, big story about Potato Day, and there I am, looking like a lunatic with potatoes all over me. You handing me a potato.
No, I think I'm adjusting your potatoes. Yeah.
Well, the upper ones anyway. So, never equaled that. That is kind of the unequaled pinnacle of potato.
I don't think so. I think the first one was the most special. And then when we brought our friend Nihal, she was like, Potato Day? Remember, she was very confused about the whole thing. And that time, I think we lured her with ice cream and potatoes. We're like, oh, there's delicious, homemade, authentic food. She was like, is it a day that you cook potatoes or that you... Well, she was very confused.
As well she should be, yeah.
We've had a lot of friends down there, too.
Yeah, and we've had great fun at Potato Days generally. Yeah. I mean, there was one year... Whoa.
What happened?
Something weird happened with the mic there. There was one year that I volunteered. Let's not forget, that was about 4 or 5 years ago.
It took you out of the loop too much.
Yeah.
You didn't like
all it was when people had to go to the bathroom or go for lunch, I would just sit there until they'll be back. You know, because you had the blacksmith or you had the guy who's making fire or and
I think you should make my potato wagon and volunteer to start the parade again. I think that'd be super. And
put on a T-shirt with a cute, like, punny name about potatoes, like because they used to have when the old woman was still alive, her family used to donate.
Do you think that was part of the donation that they had to do that?
No, I think it was a sweet thing.
Yeah.
They had a little parade. They do the Pledge of Allegiance or not the Star Spangled Banner. They would do, or maybe they did. We all sang something.
I think they did. Yeah.
It wasn't America the Beautiful.
Remember the older man? He said they used to sing potato songs.
Yes.
Maybe you could do that. Maybe you could look up, instead of doing the whole thing, just get the wagon, like the Dachshund Fest back home. Why don't you just get some music?
And
get some potato songs. Yeah.
I'll bring Noemi and her guitar.
And you could get some potato songs, and you could have to distribute the sheet music. Okay. You get very simple songs, and we sing potato songs.
Wow.
And then while people are singing, you could give treats and stuff, candy and stuff to lure them.
I think I know a song that we could sing.
Oh no.
Oh yes, I do. Oh yes, I do. You may have heard this one. I think we played it on the air a couple of times, but it's always worth hearing again and again and again.
It is a long walk, and I now have an entire song about potatoes. They're red, they're white, they're brown. They get that way underground. There can't be much to do, so now they have blue ones too. We don't care what they look like, we'll eat them any way they can fit on our plate. Every way we can conjure to heat them, we're delighted and think they're just great. Potato, 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 potato. Sometimes we ditch the skin to eat what it's holding in. Sometimes we'd rather please have just the outside with cheese. They have eyes, but they do not have faces. I don't know if their feelings get hurt by just hanging around in dark places where they only can stare at the dirt. Potato, 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 potato. I guess the use is scant for other parts of the plant, but that which grows in view is eating potato too. I imagine them under their acres out in Idaho and up in Maine, maybe wondering if they'll be bakers or Canisius or Latkes or plain. Potato, 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 potato.
Cheryl Wheeler doing the greatest song ever written.
I don't know what the noises are.
The potato song from the Sylvia Hotel album, Cheryl Wheeler. So, and the cool thing that the guy said that they used to do, and this guy was like 97 years old if he was a day.
He was probably 80.
Come on, that
sure.
guy?
Yeah.
Because he had a shirt. I would have literally stolen the shirt off his back.
You need to take a picture and we can silk screen it.
because he had a shirt from an old Potato Day from like 10 years ago. And it had this cute drawing of a potato on it. And it said
Done
Potato
by the
Days.
woman who passed, who made
I
the
know.
potato skull drawing class. Yeah.
I would have beaten him up and taken his shirt if I could
just
have.
asked to take a picture and we can silk screen
It's
it.
not the same. Oh, I guess.
Yeah, it is. Sure, yeah.
Oh, it costs $50 to make a
No,
T-shirt.
you could make them like they do at the radio station and sell them.
Oh.
Yeah, they should sell shirts. Why don't they do
I would
that?
buy a Potato Day shirt.
a
They
lot
really
of people
should.
would, yeah.
Especially since they need something because the Greeley
beer
Tribune,
garden didn't hit. Yeah.
Oh, well, it was 10 o'clock in the morning.
No,
Who's gonna
but
drink
I'm
beer?
saying they didn't have more people because of that.
Yeah. Well, that's the Tribune reported that this year they were expecting about 2,000 people for Potato Day, and only about 1,000 showed up. So I don't know if it was depleted, if there were fewer exhibits this time.
What do you think?
We didn't stay for the Buffalo Soldiers. You really like that?
I
the year
enjoy
before?
that, and the stagecoach rides, but it gets too hot. Maybe they should get some of the rec and tourism kids, the hospitality kids, to do some kind of study.
Of why people will not come to Potato Day?
Yeah, like what would increase attendance, what people are looking for.
Especially because we have more people in Greeley now
Yeah.
than probably ever.
No, but even so, one of the guys at school who works at school, I said, "Oh, did you go to Potato Day?" He said, "Oh, my grandparents took me when I was a kid. I'd like to go. When is it?" He didn't know.
He didn't know about it, yeah.
So maybe it's marketing. I mean, I think they should hook up with the kids and let the kids do a study.
I think the problem is it doesn't fall into Greeley unexpected anymore. It's kind of Greeley expected. Oh, Potato Day.
No, but
yeah.
I think that it's a wonderful event, and I think it's like everything with a little evaluation and a little marketing. Maybe they could spruce it up.
Oh, I think what they need whores.
No, I would do it at the market, like at the farmer's market, talk about Potato Day and bring the kids from school. The problem is it's a Saturday, so
I
kids
know.
don't. But I would give them extra credit if they went and learned about history and did a little
Well, if
write-up.
there was stuff to learn.
Yeah.
Well, that's right. We didn't stay for that either, but they did
The
have the Chautauqua
Chautauquans, yeah.
people. So people were playing like
Yeah.
Alexander Hamilton and
So why
Susan B.
I
Anthony
would
types.
I would give people credit for that, even in they could give it in history classes here.
I should have given credit to my I didn't even have time. I was going to mention it to all my students about Potato Day, but I didn't want them thinking I was weird.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Because that would never happen. Wait.
But we did have a good time. The weather was beautiful. We saw the. Speaking of negative, we saw our favorite tortilla maker. Remember when we went last year?
I know.
And all she could do was complain.
Because she thinks you work there. That's why.
Yeah. She was like, "Oh, they don't. Nobody gets paid, but there's not enough people, and they're not treated right." And we like, and when we saw her again this way, we said hi. We waved, and we got the hell out of the hut really quickly.
What would you think would bring people? Honestly,
To a
yeah.
Potato Day festival. First of all, lowering the price again. $7
also
is a little
maybe-
much if you get a free potato.
But what else? Would,
And
yeah.
come to think about it, I think it's adult, child, no matter what. I mean, or make children $3 and adults.
I think it is. No.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Seniors, but
Okay.
what else?
What else? More food.
You know what would help if they had something in place indoors because it's hot. So if
Well,
they had,
the bookstore's indoors.
yeah, but that's not like maybe
it's not
like
it's
a
a book
tent
sale.
or something where
Yeah.
people could get out of the.
Well, there's shady trees and
Yeah.
there's canopies and what do they call those things? Not gazebos.
Yeah, there is a gazebo.
Umbrella things and so there's places to be in the shade if you really want to, if you don't want to walk all the way around. More animals, that giant turkeys, which were turkeys I've never seen the size of these turkeys. There were turkeys on steroids, I swear to God. And then they had regular turkeys, but I didn't see much in the way of
Maybe they
petting
have
zoo.
to get rides,
Yeah. Well, what do you bring? Forget the stupid children. What about adults? How do you get adults?
Most adults are not going to go to, well...
I mean, look at the difference. Look at the difference. When we were trying to come in and park, how many dozens and dozens
the dog
of cars
show,
and vans for a dog show?
So maybe have Potato Day dog show.
Take some of the dogs
Yeah.
and have them out for like an hour. But
But they live better than we do, so they're not going to let them in the hot heat.
Oh.
They'd
We
be
can
in-
put dogs in the shady part.
I don't know.
You don't have to make the dogs do tricks. Just bring some really cute dogs
Maybe
out.
fireworks.
Fire out. Bring out some dogs and some wild animals. Set off some fireworks. See what happens.
I think that'd be cool.
There's an idea for you. No, what would you say? Well, you are suggesting things. I'm saying more food options. Some food
You know what
you
they
pay
have to
for,
do? They
but-
do what some of the theaters do. you get kids or people dancing, and then every dancer brings a family member.
Oh, well, that,
and
yeah.
that's how you do it, and you get people to see it. Maybe do a little theater. Get the people from school to do some theater.
They had good music. They had a wonderful band
called Cream of the Crop. They were great, but get more bands. Get more, and then everyone who goes has a friend who has to come in and pay.
That's true.
Yeah.
Because it needs to be spruced up a little bit. It needs something, and it needs more marketing, for sure. I mean, if the Stampede got, 250,000 people?
Wow.
And friggin' Hulk Hogan came to the Stampede this
Wow.
year or
Oh,
something.
really?
One of those. Oh, no, not Hulk. I'm sorry.
Hogan?
Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Snoop Dogg.
That's our idea of a celebrity in Colorado.
Maybe you could get Snoop, the dog, the bounty hunter, to come on Potato Day and look for potatoes, and he could arrest them. Be like, "You're going to jail, Potato."
Wait a minute,
Potato. I'm going to find you retribution, Potato.
You know how they have like Easter egg hunts on the White House lawn?
Potato. Oh, that's a good idea.
Have children hide. You hide colored potatoes.
Well, they'd have to do like plastic eggs and say they're potatoes, and then you win prizes. That's a great idea.
Wouldn't
that's
that be
a great idea.
Take the big lawn.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Cool. And they don't have to be expensive. There could be a good ground prize, but some kid wins a box of chocolate or something.
Yeah, and then the big thing you win. Kids don't want a box of chocolate, a bar.
I was watching Willy Wonka last night, so no, but when a kid wouldn't want a box of chocolate.
The big prize could be an iPad.
Whoa. Well, yeah. Okay, the grand prize could be. There you go. There's an idea. Or a year's supply of potatoes from the same people who are supplying the potatoes for potatoes. I bet they had a lot left over. They probably brought enough for 2,000, and there's only 1,000. I
hope they give them to the shelter then.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
They probably gave them to Egg and I. Because I had a breakfast yesterday.
Here you
it was
go.
all potato.
Negative. Get off of your.
No, I got a friggin'.
You're so negative.
It wasn't a frittata. It was a scrambled egg. It was basically like 1,000 potatoes with some bacon crumbled over it. I'm like, thank you very much. For that I could roast my potatoes at home. I know. I'm negative.
You're
man.
so
I
negative.
am a negative, angry man. I don't
know.
We've been married 19 years.
You're more negative today than ever. We're not married.
Yes, what?
That's right.
We're not?
No way.
Can I go and date some of those vets?
You can't date anybody.
Hey, Megan. Hey,
I don't think
Shayna. Hey.
I don't think you're gonna date some of the married male vets.
No, I would not be doing.
You could date a Saint Bernard.
Oh, or some of the bunnies that they have back there. I would like to just go see them. I'll bet they're really cute.
I don't know.
We did a pitch for this last week. That our local, or 2 weeks ago, that Westridge, our veterinary thing, took in 30 bunnies, not quite feral, but they're house rabbits. They're
sterilizing them, and then they're giving them to the house rabbit. Yeah.
They're de-energizing their bunnies.
Oh,
and they're
poor
there.
bunny.
So if people want pet bunnies, and we'll take care of them and bring them home.
I think they have to go through the Rabbit Society, though.
Oh, all right. So there is one, a rabbit society that brought them and is helping fund the sterilization of these bunnies, but they don't know what the hell to do with them. So contact the rabbit society. There's a lot of bunnies waiting for adoption.
Bunny.
Don't wait until Easter and get some cute little bunny rabbit and then keep it for 2 months and then set it free in Greeley somewhere. That's the bad thing to do.
Yeah.
But if you're going to be a good owner and a responsible pet person, go to contact your rabbit society and.
You're just strange today. Give me some Greeley Crimes in Old Time.
Yeah, let's do it.
I gotta get out of here.
It's 9:50 in the morning, Mountain Time. I mentioned all the things we're doing on.
You're off your game today, Bubba.
No, I'm not. I'm feeling really. I'm a little, perhaps higgledy-piggledy. I'm a little
You're wired.
helter-skelter.
Tell them your favorite thing about Potato Day. What was the quote in the paper?
Remind me.
So the quote in the paper was, "We like Potato Day because we can take our kids. They get to go out and about and they can wiggle."
Oh, and they can wiggle.
Yeah.
No, because they're saying that in most museums, you bring a child, and it's got to be quiet, and you can't touch the art, and you can't move this way, you can't scream, you can't do... But you go to
You
Potato
do?
I do.
That's a self-reflection.
If I saw a sculpture made of tortillas, I would scream and go, "Ah!" Or if I was hungry, I'd start smearing them with bean paste.
Oh, God.
And go, like, "Oh, I love this sculpture." And if I wait around another 50 minutes, they'll bring out the diarrhea sculpture.
That's so disgusting. It's not even funny.
It's very funny. Come on, it's funny. We're not funny, we're entertaining. We have a good rapport, as the vet tech lady said. Oh, by the way, vet tech ladies, I am apparently single. I didn't
You are not.
Oh, of course I am here with Joyce, but we're up for a threesome. So if
no way. Listen, you are married.
I know. And,
David, look at me.
Yeah.
Move on.
Okay.
Focus.
I'm focusing.
Don't you have to talk about your advertisers?
Okay, well, yeah. Let's talk about the advertisers, and we'll do a little bit of Greeley crimes and old times. So ladies and... Joyce almost knocked over something that did not knock over. So Joyce is going to help me do the sponsors, not only of this radio program, but of every show that we do here on here at University of Northern Colorado Student Radio, uncradio.com. We thank our sponsors very much. So Joyce, help me out.
Hey, DJs, make sure you look for advertisements
Yes.
in the concert section of the binder.
Are there any concerts listed?
There's nothing.
There's nothing. So go to the yellow page in front.
There's nothing on there.
Yeah, you got the yellow page.
Can't
we mentioned one of our sponsors already.
I can't advertise any of these places because they do meat.
No, do the pizza one.
They do meat here.
Sometimes.
You're yelling at me. I like it. Do the pizza one.
Well, the blackjack pizza, yes, you can get sausage and pepperoni. I don't know if they do steak or some other meat things. Maybe bacon. Yeah, I'm negative. You're playing fart noises while I'm trying to promote pizza and the Wing Shack. Why don't you just have a voice of somebody vomiting? Let's go all the way with it. Yeah, like a siren of an ambulance bringing someone to a hospital for their stomach
That's
pump.
a fax machine,
Okay.
Bubba.
For those who love pizza, and who doesn't love pizza? For those who love pizza, Blackjack has amazing deals, especially for students, including a 5-topping large pizza for only $12, or an extra large. It's more like Chipotle noises. Okay, an extra large 1-topping pizza with a 2-liter bottle of soda for only $10. Blackjack Pizza with a location right on 16th Street and over by like 9th and 8th Avenue in Greeley. Go to their Facebook page to find out more about delicious Blackjack Pizza. But as Joyce said, if you're in the mood for meat, if you're really jonesing, especially for poultry and poultry in motion, you want to go to the Wing Shack, which is proud to support UNC in the Greeley community, serving non-GMO treated, grain-fed. Yeah, like we're really going to get more advertising money from these people now. Because nothing smells better than a chicken fart. Now, they are free-range chickens at the Wing Shack in boned and boneless varieties, delicious dipping sauces from mild to spicy.
How much does it cost?
Well, I think one day of the week you can get 50-cent wings. Other days of the week they're probably closer to $1. You can get a whole bucket.
Pizzas?
I already did the pizzas. You should have been. You were too busy playing with your toy to listen when I gave all the great deals of Blackjack Pizza. But the Wing Shack is reasonably priced, and they've got 2 great locations.
Where?
One over in Garden City, right by the school, and one up on 65th Avenue. And both locations are open 7 days a week until midnight. So, you can have that Broncos game, I think, tomorrow, right? Lots of football to watch tomorrow, plus college football and stuff.
Wow.
Why not get yourself either a couple of big old pizzas from Blackjack or a bucket of wings from the Wing Shack, and you will be supporting UNC and UNC Radio when you do that. Oh, wait. Oh, God. Thank you, darling. That's just great. That's just great. Let's alienate our advertisers. Well, I alienate everybody else with my negativity, people. So
Negativity.
It's just about 10 o'clock. Not quite. Let's do a couple of Greeley crimes and old times. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Greeley Crimes at All Times. We've been doing this for, 2 or 3 years now. And we're stealing. This is absolute plagiarism. We're stealing from our Greeley Tribune
No, but we're
newspaper.
citing the source.
Oh, yeah. So that's what makes it non-stealing. They do 2 stories every week in the Greeley Tribune, our local newspaper. One of the stories is called, and actually they're stealing, they're taking the police dispatch reports from the local Weld County Police Departments, and they're monitoring all the phone calls that come in, the emergency phone calls to 911 of all these people who are in terrible intestinal distress and calling in saying, help, I need the police. And usually they need help, but they don't need the police. So the Greeley Tribune compiles all those, and they print the funniest ones every week. Greeley Tribune also has a column that's put together by Mike Peters, in which he goes through the newspaper from 100 years ago and plucks out stuff that was funny or interesting about Greeley, Colorado back in 1916. So are you ready for some Greeley Crimes at All Times, babe?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. Greeley police were notified that a drunken man, sometime between midnight and 2 a.m., this is going back to
How
late
do we
August.
know that?
Well, this is the report said. This is when it came in. Climbed to the 3rd floor of an apartment complex on 9th Avenue. Mm-hmm. The tenant was an 87-year-old woman who went to the police station to discuss the incident with police officers further. She's like, how can I get him to stay for breakfast?
No, who wants that?
Yeah. Well, no,
if you're drunk, how can you climb 3 floors? That's amazing.
I guess so. Who knows if she was seeing things, or if it really happened, or, you know. The interesting thing is the 87-year-old woman said that he was lousy in bed, but he knew his way around a bedpan. So that was...
Really?
No, I'm kidding. No.
Where is there a 3-floor building on 9th Street?
On 9th Avenue. So figure, I didn't put down the street. You can probably go into the thing and find the street. Yeah. But anyway, Greeley police were called to a residence over on 25th Avenue and 26th Street. Okay. To take care of a colony of bees.
Wow.
That were living in a hollow log in the caller's backyard. That is scary.
The police don't take care of bees.
Well,
what are they going to do, shoot them?
Police, instead of just leaving it alone, police called the local beekeeper. I didn't know we had one.
Wow. Who's that?
No, he's actually, what do they call it? An apiary.
I don't know.
Guy. I always thought an apiary guy should take care of apes, and a herpetologist should cure the problem I have between my legs. But, you know, that's with my snake. Anywho. Now, here's the problem. The beekeeper told the guy, or told the police, it was too late in the year to remove the bees, and they would die in winter. That's really helpful.
What kind of a bee guy is that?
Leave him alone.
That's right. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's like that commercial on TV where they say, well, I've diagnosed the problem.
Right, but I can't fix it.
Yeah, I can't really do anything.
I mean,
to help
really,
you.
like, shouldn't the bee guy give some more advice? Can't they relocate them somewhere?
See, I had this one out for last week when we were, or 2 weeks ago when we were talking, because there was, like, the police, I have a bat in my house. And the police went, leave the bat alone. It's like, there's a naked guy in my yard. It's like, just
come
deal.
into the station.
In the winter, they'll go away. Whatever. If it's a bat, it will fly away. If it's a bees, it will die. If it's a naked fella, he'll freeze to death.
Yeah, but maybe that means they're not calling the right number.
I guess. Well, no, they called a beekeeper. They called a bee man.
That's kind of scary. I don't think he's real.
I guess not. I wish we had wasp.
Maybe he got his degree at ITT Tech and wanted to close.
That's right. Did you know that in Washington, D.C., Democrats and Republicans are in a verbal battle?
Whoa.
Each accusing the other of, quote, buying the upcoming election.
Wow. Politics.
Greeley from 1916.
Nothing. 1916. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what they say? Everything's old is new again, right?
Everything old is new again. Those are the bees chiming in. Chief of Police Arend received a message.
It was my one name.
Yeah, right. Arend.
That's right. I'm one name.
He received a message yesterday.
Remember Tom Kelly in New York? Was it Tom Kelly, the commissioner?
Oh, something Kelly.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Well, yeah, he's back. He's still around.
He was just hardcore.
He was in the Giuliani administration.
He was hardcore.
Say what you will, they cleaned up New York.
He was hardcore, that guy, yeah.
Tim Kelly? No.
No.
That's an actor, I think.
Bob Kelly? Tom Kelly?
Oh, I'll think of it. I'm sorry, folks. It's something
Jim Kelly?
Huh?
Jim Kelly?
Maureen could have been? No.
Go ahead.
Anyway, so Chief of Police Arend received a message yesterday from a Denver mother who said that her 19-year-old son had run away from home and joined Barnum and Bailey's circus.
Aww.
The literal, running away from home to join the circus.
They often say that. I don't know how many people would want to join a circus.
Well, the circus was in Greeley.
Oh.
So, she wanted the boy arrested and sent back home.
You can arrest your kid for joining a circus?
Well, no. But you can, if he's still under the care of his mother, you can bring him back home. Yeah. Or charge him with vagrancy, maybe? Well, the chief searched the circus grounds but could not find the boy. So
maybe that's like a trump ploy. You say like I'm going to join the circus and you run away. It's like
or he's hiding in the cannon.
The one night when you went out and you were out late, you didn't have your phone. Remember, you went to pick up something at the supermarket?
Yeah.
That's like the setup for everyone who leaves their family. It's like, I'm just going to go out, get milk, get bread, get cigarettes, get something, and then they never come back.
18
and when
years
you
later.
were late and you didn't have your phone, I thought you were doing a header on us.
I had my phone. I just didn't use it.
Of course, yeah.
Why would I use it? I was out to get groceries. I was gone for an hour. We're getting the dog Benadryl.
That's right.
If Westbridge is still listening, then it's like. And of course, Joyce being Joyce is like, no, we can't wait until tomorrow. Dog has to have his Benadryl. Get it now. Get it now.
That's not what I said. I said, do you want to wait till morning? And you said, I'm so tired. I'm going to go now.
Yeah. So
it was up to you.
So I ran out and I got Benadryl, but I gotta get to the supermarket. So when I'm in the supermarket, I'm like, oh, there's ice cream.
You get so distracted by food. I know.
Yeah. There might be some 30% off old meat that I can buy and cook. Maybe there's a duck. They took the ducks away from King Soopers. Very upset about that. A couple of weeks ago, they had like half a dozen frozen ducks.
People buy them.
Nobody bought. They probably weren't selling, and they took them away. I bought one, and I made it. It was the best duck I ever made.
For November, they'll bring it for Thanksgiving.
I hope so.
That's where we got that organic duck. The first one you did that we bought at Whole Foods. It was on sale around Thanksgiving time.
I was first learning how to make duck. I've made about more than half a dozen since then.
Oh, you probably made a dozen, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But this last one, I kept it really, really simple. Just orange juice, honey, and chicken soup stock.
Oh, wow, that's smart. That
probably adding all this other crap.
But that probably kept it moist, the chicken stock.
Oh, it was heavenly.
Wow.
So if I find another frozen duck, I have one in the freezer, but I'd love to make another one.
We can see around the holidays, if they don't sell them, they usually discount them.
Yeah. Anyway, we should. If only we got King Soopers, we got Safeway. Don't have Waldbaum's anymore. I wish we had a Dynasty here. Then we could get ducks at the Duck Dynasty. Thank you, darling. Greeley crimes and old times here on Dave's Gone By. Greeley police received a call regarding a heavy-set man.
That's horrible. Maybe it was potato. Was it potato?
Could have been potato.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Or operatic potato. Well, to explain, we also have a cute little stuffed potato here in the studio.
He's wearing a silver scunchie, the hair tie, and then he also has little horns.
Well, he's wearing the scunchie as a diaper.
Yeah, and then he's singing Wagnerian opera.
Ketchup, potato. I'm a potato. La 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 la. Anywho. We did see the Florence Foster Jenkins movie last.
Cool.
It was pretty good.
You got to burn the CD for our neighbor.
Oh, that's right. Florence Foster. How'd you like the movie? I thought it was good.
I enjoyed it. It made me very sad, but it showed that the man, he loved the woman, for as much in their own way, and they grew to. At first, he didn't, but he grew to love her. And that how she was somebody. I mean, it's the old story, right? She's wealthy, but she doesn't have everything. She has an illness. She's being cuckolded. I mean, a lot of those. It's a very redemptive plot story, and very predictable. But I enjoyed it.
Yeah, and a true story. It's a story of Florence Foster Jenkins.
They adapted parts of it, though.
Oh, they make up some stuff, and that's part played by that woman from Broadway who was in Venus and Fur. Like the tacky lady who's the producer's girlfriend.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Who's first making fun of her and then tells everybody to shut up in her big Carnegie Hall.
Yeah.
That's all. That was made up. That character came out of whole cloth. But Florence Foster Jenkins, who could have come out of whole cloth, was real. She was this woman in, when was it, like the 1930s or 40s?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
And she was a little bit mad, but she had inherited a bunch of money from her family.
And some diseases.
Which, that she got from her
hubby.
First husband.
Yeah.
And that made her believe that she could sing. Oh, yeah, I was going to bring some Florence Foster Jenkins to play. I don't think I have.
And I can't get on the interwebs. So.
Yeah. So, anyway, it's perfectly fine. She takes singing lessons with opera people. She pays them insanely well. She's also...
Which made me mad. They should have helped her or told her.
Well, if somebody wants to take lessons and they have no talent, but they're just taking lessons, why not? It's making them happy.
Yeah, but when she went to go on the stage, the conductor guy's like, I don't mention my name.
Toscanini could have warned her.
I mean, yeah.
But, you're in it to win it. And it was what she wanted to do. It was her dream. I mean, if you think about it, in the movie, the guy from Big Bang Theory who's playing Cosme McBoone, the pianist.
Yeah, he was great.
I mean, he's telling him, look, it's okay. I will play for her in this situation, this salon setting, but don't make me play in Carnegie Hall. You're nuts. She's going to be humiliated. And her husband says, this is what she wants.
And we pad the deck.
And we're paying you really,
the only
really well.
time that got out of hand is when she was able to control her career when her husband was away with the girlfriend. And that's kind of what did her in, that he controlled her environment so much that when he couldn't...
And when she made the record, and that got out, and then when she invited 1,000 sailors...
3,000, I thought.
Yeah, so to come to
But
Carnegie
it wasn't the
Hall.
sailors who were the critics. It was the one newspaper guy from the
Post.
Post. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that spread it much more wild, because she was still sort of in the dark while the concert was happening. She saw people laughing, but thought they were enjoying themselves. Which they were, in a weird way. It was, I liked him. It was Stephen Frears' movie. He never makes movies that I really love. There's always something sort of held back about his films. It could have either been more dramatic or funnier. I feel like very
I
caught
agree.
in the middle.
That's a good way to say it,
Yeah. But certainly I'm glad I saw it. And Meryl Streep is terrific. And just this idea, when I was in college, one of the movies, when I was trying to be a screenwriter and a movie maker, one of the movies that I wanted to make was about Wild Man Fisher.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why doesn't somebody tell his story? He was still alive at that point.
You should do, or what's the other
But
guy?
not a documentary, but like a biopic of Wild Man Fisher. And it's this idea that eventually, even the most fringy, weird
what is it?
things,
The woman Ling, or what's her?
Wing,
yeah.
Even the Wing, who has been on this radio show.
Yeah.
Who was made famous by South Park.
Nice day for a wedding.
Even she was made famous by South Park.
Yeah.
So if you do something even badly,
extreme,
long enough, somehow fame does arrive. It is recognized. It goes viral, cultural. What was that guy? Before Psy. Like the Psy who didn't have talent.
Oh, yeah, I don't
on
know.
One of those, he did a song like...
That's Gangnam Style.
No, there was another guy. He was Asian, tubby, and he didn't sing well, but he did sing on one of the first years of America's Got Talent, or The Voice, or what's that other one, the famous...
I don't know them,
the big one. And he had a minor hit because everybody wanted to hear him. He was so full of joy in singing, even though he had no actual talent in singing. Yeah. And it's amazing what will eventually somewhere be picked up and
it's
recognized.
outsider art, It's like folk art versus fine art.
Yeah. Although there's no real art to Florence Foster Jenkins, there's just desire. There's belief.
I know.
And Daniel Johnston, him too. There's this guy making homemade cassettes of his music, and he's got serious mental problems, but he also has some real musical talent. And so Nirvana, Kurt Cobain wears T-shirt, so it's like you just stay with it. I kind of like that idea.
And Kurt Cobain was very stable.
That's right. Anywho, let's do a couple more Greeley Crimes and Old Times, and then we'll wrap this up. Not the show, by the way. We've got a lot more show for you. So, Oh, wow, we didn't even finish this one. Greeley police received a call regarding how do we get to Florence Foster Jenkins from a heavy-set man? And it wasn't a potato. It was a heavy-set man wandering
we got from heavy-set man to potato to bad singing to Florence
Foster Jenkins. That's how it happens. So this guy was wandering between 24th and 25th Avenues.
Yeah.
Just wandering.
So why can't heavy-set people wander?
Well, he was wearing nothing but boxers and socks.
We've got this report before. He does it frequently.
Yeah. Police... But this is a beautiful thing. This is the theme. It was the theme.
Did they say get the bee catcher and just have him go home?
Yeah, police said no contact was necessary. I was like, leave the bees. Leave the bats.
He's got underpants and socks. I guess he's not in traffic.
Yeah, if you can wear men can go shirtless.
But maybe they thought he was lost.
Or crazy. But, right, it was not bothering anybody. It was like, yeah. I'm starting to wonder if this is payback for all the anti-police protests.
I don't know.
I'm like, police are just going, okay, you deal.
No,
don't call us if you have bees. Don't call us if there's a guy wandering in traffic.
Give me another one.
You know. Greeley police received a call from a person demanding that police cut down a neighbor's tarp.
What?
Because the caller did not like it. Police...
I don't think you can cut down people's tarps.
When police informed the caller they could not do that, another thing the police cannot do, the caller yelled at them and hung up.
Wow.
Well,
yeah, but that's like a zoning thing, right? Isn't that zoning or something?
All I know is that you got people there in a bad mood. They don't like their neighbor, and the first thing they start doing.
What?
I was making a carp joke instead of a tarp joke. I blew it. That didn't work at all.
Oh, here, I'll give you some support.
I kind of got trapped in that joke. Or tarped in that joke. That was just bad. I'm sorry.
You're off your game because you missed a week.
So, you got
to practice your puns.
Let's go out on a good one. Let's find a good one. It may take a while, but let's find a good one.
Wow.
Oscar Davis of Johnstown was hauling grain on his farm when he was struck in the head by lightning.
Oh, God.
That's not good.
That's horrible.
A shocking story there. The bolt made a slight dent in his head. It ran down his back and tore his shoes off.
Oh, my God.
And he's recovering in the hospital.
Dented head, torn off shoes, and
maybe he was the heavyset guy wandering around in boxers and socks.
Could be.
Because he couldn't find his shoes. They were all burned. Oh, poor Oscar Johnson.
That's funny. I hope he's okay.
Weren't you talking about when we were trying to run to the car in lightning or thunder a couple of days ago when we were coming back from dinner? Didn't you say that if you're wearing sneakers, you're going to be okay?
Yeah, but he wore rubber soles. I don't think they had rubber soles back then.
Oh.
He was probably wearing shoes made of hay. I don't know what he was wearing shoes made of. He wasn't wearing his Adidas or Nike sneakers,
But if you're wearing sneakers, right?
Yeah, you should be grounded.
And you're struck in the head by lightning. Are you going to be all right?
You're not going to get... It'll shoot down your feet.
Oh. Well, yeah. But
your shoes won't get burnt.
It's true. Maybe help my hernia. I don't know.
They call them Nike Lightning.
Now, there's one other thing I want to talk about. So, by the way, that was... We'll stop there. I've got so many more, but we're already... we're an hour and a half almost into the show.
David, I got to go. You got to do your show.
No, but we got one more thing to talk about. This is so important. So that was Groovy Crimes of Old Times. Remember what we were talking about before with that Mexican guy and the art?
Yeah.
And stuff? Did you hear about this? This is not a joke. This is actually absolutely true. Mm-hmm. From the Guggenheim Museum in New York.
Yeah. I love the Guggenheim.
Guggenheim
round and round. It's round. Completely round.
Yeah. And I went there. I went there for the first time in like 30 years.
It's the first time that Nihal and I were together and someone tried to pick us up. David, I have to go pee-pee. You talk. I'll be back.
No, I can't do this without you. You do that. I'll do the Unit Minuteman press while you're making peepees. And it's appropriate, too, I'll tell you. So, before we get to our Guggenheim story, I want to remind you that this radio broadcast, Dave's Gone By, could not happen without the sponsorship and the fellowship and the comradeship of our friends at Hewlett Minuteman Press, the copy kings of Broadway. Since the mid-1970s, the Torong family has owned and operated Hewlett Minuteman Press as a copying and printing franchise right in the heart of Hewlett, Long Island. It's about 2.5 blocks from the LIRR station. It's now across the street from the giant it's either a Petco or a Pet World that used to be the Lomans. And the thing is, if you have any kind of job that's going to help market or build your business, that involves promotion or just making copies and printing and binding and flyers, Hewlett Minuteman Press is the place to go. Plus, they can also do printing and embossing. They can put your company's name or logo on everything from a pen and pencil set to a hoodie to golf clubs to golf balls to mugs to big flyers and posters and banners. They also do big copying and printing and binding jobs. Check them out. They're Hewlett Minuteman Press. Their number is 516-569-5577, 516-569-5577. They're open half a day today, Saturday, and then Monday through Friday, 8:30 in the morning until 5:30. So they're hard-working people, and they're really great people to work with. And not only that, if you tell them Dave sent you from Dave's Gone By, you get 10% off any job, big or small, from just coming in with a one-sided black and white copy to having a presentation to do with folders and binders and colored graphs and charts and stuff that you need made up for a meeting. All of that, no matter what, tell them Dave sent you. You get 10% off any job at Hewlett Minuteman Press. They are the copy kings. Okay, Joyce, did you have a good pickle? Are you good? Are you ready for this? The New York Guggenheim Museum, the circular one, the one you kind of walk up or down, around and around.
I love it. You know, we used to make the joke the only way you get in the Guggenheim is commit suicide, because every time we go, every painter, every exhibit would be someone who killed themselves tragically. Oh. I was like, really? Like, what?
Well, this. They have a new sculpture.
Is it real? This is real?
No, I'm telling you. This is new. This is in the news
okay.
This week at the Guggenheim. Sculpture by Maurizio Catalan called America.
Oh.
It is an 18-karat gold toilet that is fully functional and open to use by the public to guests at the Guggenheim.
Is it in the potty?
No, I assume it's closed off, but it is a toilet, a working...
That's gold?
Made out of solid 18-karat gold.
How can you make a toilet out of gold?
You melt it down, you can make
I'd
anything.
like to try it.
Me too. A spokesperson said, quote, people will most likely wait in line as individuals will use it one at a time.
Wow.
There will be a security guard outside who will explain to people what the piece is, and then people would use it as they would a bathroom. So, Catalan acknowledged...
I hope there's also a 14-karat or 18-karat gold sink with some 18-karat gold soap.
And water.
Because that would be awful.
And maybe, I don't know, it would be very difficult to use 18-karat gold. Maybe gold leaf paper. You need a lot of that.
Yeah.
Catalan acknowledged that the piece was thought up more than a year ago, like 2 or 3 years ago, before the whole Donald Trump campaign president, because you think about a solid gold toilet, it's probably something Donald has.
Wow.
But he called it America. He said it's another layer of the meaning of the piece now, but it shouldn't be the only one. I just have this idea of people waiting online to use
a golden
toilet.
It's like Willy Wonka.
Yeah, right? I have a golden toilet. People cutting in front of each other like because they have to.
Would you want to be that security guard?
Better than the cleaner.
Oh, God, yeah.
I mean, just imagine somebody has issues that I've had sometimes of going, you're not just laying down.
You think homeless people could use it too?
Oh, well, is the Guggenheim, is it a private or public?
You have to pay, yeah.
You have to $25 to get into the freaking Guggenheim. So, the homeless would not be using it. But I'm just saying, like, what happens if, someone's had a bad lunch, they go in and they go to the security guard. It's like, I'm sorry, but Don't let the next person in for a while. You know. Oh, my goodness. Well, it's a good thing that Tom, the advertising guy, is gone.
Oh, that would have been nice for him.
It's like...
That would have been so nice.
It's like, oh, no, that's just the gold melting.
Wow.
America, oh, beautiful.
Who did remember the guy who did the collages, the commode, was it?
Well, no, there was also...
Who was the... No, but
this was probably an homage to Marcel Duchamp.
Thank you, Duchamp.
Or he called himself R. Mutt on the piece, but it was wasn't solid gold. It was just a urinal.
Yeah.
He put a urinal in a museum, and that became a shocking piece of art back then.
Do you think it's a nod to that?
You know, I wouldn't be surprised. I'll betcha any artist would know about that.
Yeah.
So say, well, we've gone from this urinal that was the art of 1910 or whatever the hell it was.
It's like, but you remember when we were in Argentina, so the men would dance together and we'd say, oh, like Balanchine, and they'd say, oh, there's so much more than that, like making our knowledge of art and culture so provincial. Like, oh, we don't know about no art or culture.
Well, they were right, especially with tango. We didn't know about Gardel and those folks until we went. But I mean, what would be the next step? Like 50 years from now, if there's an artist who wanted to go the next step.
Probably enema. Yeah. But that you can't share. It'd have to be disposable stuff.
It's amazing that you mentioned that, because remember I went into like a hysterical laughing fit one morning?
You always do.
I always
That's your normal routine.
One particular morning this week, I was laughing so it was like getting I can't breathe kind of laughing, wondering what the hell was wrong with me, why I was laughing like that. And I told you I had this idea, and it's copyrighted, folks. You cannot steal this.
Yes, you can.
For a TV game show called Who Pooped. Right?
Oh, God.
And I love this idea. I love this idea as pushing the boundaries of television beyond even Show and Jackass, where you have a game show called Who Pooped, and you have panelists and then celebrities, and they go in and then you bring out their turds, and you have people guess which turd belonged to which celebrity. And if they guess right, they get prizes and they get money, and they build up like sort of Family Feud. So that would be part one of the show, where people literally try to get, which is Keggy Carlisle Hart's turd? She's a small woman. It's probably the petite-looking curly duty, but maybe she had a big lunch. So that would be Who Pooped. I mean, it would be a magnificent idea for a show. But then you have to up the ante. You have to up the stakes. And I thought, wouldn't it be magnificent in the last part of the show if you brought a horse on stage and you got a veterinarian. Speaking of Westridge, wait. Well, you got a veterinarian to come on stage, and you get an opera quartet to sing the piece from Rigoletto. Like with a couple of violins and stuff. And the veterinarian gives the horse an enema on stage while the music is playing. And before then, it is kind of like the last part of, not the $10,000 pyramid, but where's the one where they have to write, like Jeopardy, sort of. They have to guess in tonnage how much will come out of the horse.
Well, tell them where you got the idea. Remember we
where
went
did I
to
get
the
that
Renaissance
idea?
Nights in Florida. Remember what happened?
Renaissance. Oh. Well, that'll happen.
They were having a picnic, so it's like one of those nights, the round table thing, and they were supposed to be having the picnic with the horse.
Yeah.
The night it was jousting, and then they sat to have a picnic, and the horse had his own ideas.
Well, also, even more so, remember when we went not to a potato day, but to another...
Oh, that was in Florida. It was like Epcot or something.
Yeah, it was Disney.
Oh, my God. And they gave us brushes to brush the baby animals.
Yeah, because all these beautiful, adorable baby pigs and ducks and sheep and goats were out there, but they have fed them like 20 minutes beforehand.
Yeah.
So as we're there, and all these little children are there... These little animals can,
and they're giving you brushes.
Yeah. What?
They give you brushes to brush them.
Yeah, well, they're sort of giving us toilet paper to wipe them because pellets and plops everywhere.
And the kids were horrified.
Yeah, well, because
the kids didn't know what to do. They wanted to pet them.
Yeah, children just wanted to be with these cute animals. And every time, the parents were like pulling the kid away because the animal would start to shit in their feet. One after another, like dozens and dozens of animals all
it was
crapping
bad.
at the
It was
same time.
It was almost like they gave him laxative. I've never
Yeah,
seen that all
it
at
was
once.
beautiful.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
But just imagine, the ultimate television reaching its apex or its nadir.
Maybe you should approach Animal Planet.
A horse anima.
Approach Animal Planet.
And the panelists would have to guess by like the quarter ounce. They're getting the closest to how much. They would come out with a trough. And then the panelists would win and come back next week to do it again.
Jeopardy Ken.
And it wouldn't have to be, you could do a horse or a camel.
Honey,
or a
can we
llama.
move on? I'm nauseous. I gotta go.
All right. Well, you know what? It's 10:30 in the morning, Mountain Time, here in Greeley, Colorado, at the University of Northern Colorado. The Dave's Gone By radio program of the air. I think the veterinarians turned off the radio a while ago. I wouldn't blame them if they did. And we have so much more to do, my friends. We have 2 Saturday Segues coming, including birthday tribute, would have been birthday tributes to Shooby Taylor and Hank Williams. We'll also have our In the News Saturday segue of more music. Our Bob Dylan, sooner and later segment devoted to his album Oh Mercy from, I guess, about 2 decades back. We'll also
That's his response to our show.
Oh Mercy. Oh Mercy. What else was I... Ooh. Where's my happy little sheet on... Ooh, did I remember to print it? Oh, I think I... Sorry, folks. There's still some little bit of like a mic wire thing here. So I apologize for the way that must have sounded.
It's horrible.
A moment ago. I've got to bring up my mail here.
I'm gonna give you a hug.
Joyce is going to give me a hug because we've been married so many years.
Have a good show and don't forget the cheese.
Yes, we bought cheese at the farmer's market and we put it in the fridge.
Cheese.
Potato. Come sing with me. Potato. Potato. Da. Did I get it? Shoot. Oh, let's try again.
You gotta put your email.
It did it, I think. No, here we go. I can probably do it without my notes, but I don't want to.
You can't. Press login.
Hold on. Sorry, folks. But we got the music will be worth it.
Do your password again.
Yeah, probably. I probably got the password wrong. I'll figure it out.
It's opening.
Yay! And do remember, you can go to davesgoneby.com.
Or Panel X.
Our brand new website for all the archives of this radio show, going back to our very first one. Wow, 14 years ago.
14.
So pretty amazing stuff. Here we go. And also you can email me, davesgoneby@aol.com is the way to do that. Please do.
Tropical hot dog night.
And
2 flamingos in a flamingo fight.
Where's my... Here we go. We're going to be paying musical tribute now, to 2 very, very different artists. One who was really, really inside, but his behavior ended up casting him outside. We're talking about Hank Williams, the great... Do you know, by the way...
I love Hank Williams.
So you were always into that song by his son, Family Tradition.
That's right.
Do you know what Hank used to call Hank Williams Jr.? His nickname for him?
Squishy Bucket?
Nope. Bocephus.
Oh, that's the other, because Bocephus, he sang a song on Bocephus.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He has a song
that was
sang
his...
on Bocephus.
That
What
was
does
Hank's...
it mean?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know where that came from. I should have probably looked that up. But anyway, Hank Williams was born on September 17th, 1923. So he would have turned... This is absolutely amazing to me.
What?
Hank Williams would have been 93 years old today. Yeah. He could have still been... Alive. Yeah. It always freaks me out when...
What killed him?
Oh, God. What didn't? I mean, he was on tons of painkillers.
Wow.
And, they opened up the limousine door on January 1st. It was New Year's Day.
He was dead?
1953, and he fell out of the limo, 29 years old. Yep.
29?
Yeah. He was 29 years old. He wasn't in the 27 club. He was before that.
He was much older.
No, he looked like he was in his 50s.
Have a wonderful show, honey.
Thank you, sweetie. Love you.
you.
Right, thank you so much. That was my wife, Joyce, who spent the first part of this radio broadcast with me. Yeah. Potato, potato, potato. Potato, 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 po. Potato, 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 potato. So potato, potato, potato. I can never... I'm not Cheryl Wheeler. I can do it. Love you too, baby. Thank you. So, talking about Hank Williams, who would have turned 93 years old today. And, you know, just a little bit of story about Hank Williams. Thank you, Wikipedia. That he made his debut at the Grand Ole Opry in 1949, which was 2 weeks after the birth of Bocephus, after Hank Williams Jr. was born, but only 3 years later. Okay, Hank was divorced from his wife Audrey, and he was fired from the Opry for erratic behavior and not showing up, and he was dead a month later. So the late Hank Williams, of course, one of the absolute architects of modern both pop and country music. Can't really think of that kind of music without him. And then there's a very different kind of artist. You know, we think of outsiders, and we're talking about outsider art and like that. Well, here's another one. He's a guy. Oh, the stories behind him are legend. Maybe I'll leave that for later. Let's first play something by William Shooby Taylor.
Dobby shro plobby lobly flay da 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 raw shro flay dobby flay da di flay dob do da la da didi baby flay didn't baby baby the dobby that da raw dilly paw dobby flay dobby flay papa dobby flay dobby shroda wa isa Dot baby, flitty balaba, step no, flitty the lava, dot bed, flit dobby, 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 the law, baby, step baby, flit dot no, flit up, nada, baby, let it, baby, dash raw, deep fall, dobby, baby, dobby, daddy, baby, flit, nada, flit, dobby, baby, let dobby, baby, do the love of the data. Baby, sled over, sled over to Bobby, Bobu, that Bobby, Bobu, shot data. Dobby, it didn't do the Dobby, delay not baby, data. Lobby, Lobby, Laha, Rocky, she's right, Shrub, Nai, Lord, Dobby, baby, Dobby, neither of us little daughter. Baby, baby, don't baby, daddy, fly the straw. Dobby, baby, wouldn't do my love, then I'm swabbing. Dobby, really didn't know, really doesn't know me. It's a little baby, fed over to daddy. But probably, praha, shrubby, shop, die. Lord, deep law. They don't do rubber. They do the lobby, they don't grab it. They don't wait, they don't do it. They don't do that. They need a lot. Here don't forward. Here don't throw. Here don't clean it. Here don't ladder. Nobody did not know that baby. The dobby. Wait, they love it from the floor. Roll till they don't run in the floor. Till they love it to clean the floor. Eat it. Strong, deep they don't split it daddy. They don't clean it free. They don't clean it. Don't chili divi. To the lava related baby. baby. Do the little try. Do baby, do Bobby. Love it, really not, love it, really not, love it. The fiddly don't baby, really do dada. Do baby, really do the lava, baby. Do really do the lot, body.
Bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. I can't buy no beer. Well, I'm standing on the corner with a bucket in my hand. I'm waiting for a woman. It ain't got no man, 'cause my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. I can't buy no beer. Well, I went up on the mountain. I looked down in the sea. I seen the crabs and the fishes doing the bebop beat, 'cause my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. I can't buy no beer. Well, there ain't no use of me working so hard when I got a woman in the boss man's yard, 'cause my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. I can't buy no beer. Bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. Yeah, my bucket's got a hole in it. I can't buy no beer.
Fledobidly to the lobby, fledotn which flirisa. Fledobidly to the lobby, fledotn which rosa. Fledobidly to the lobby, fledotn which. Fledobidly to the lobby, fledotn rosa. Fledobidly to the lobby, fledotn twisa. Fledobidly to the lobby, fledotn which. Fledobidly to the lobby, fledotn rosa. Fledobidly to the lobby, fledotn which rosa. Fledobidly to the lobby, breezes. Fledobidly to the lobby, breeze. Fledobidly to the lobby, breeze. Fledobidly to the lobby, fledotn rosa. Fledobidly to the losa. Fledobidly to the lobby, breeze. Fledobidly to the lava sweet, fledobidly to the lava sizzle. Fleddy the lava sweet, fledrussel. Fledobidly to the lava reaper. Fledobidly pizza. Sledove, diddly do the lava, Sledove, diddly do the lava, Shrod, Sled to the lava, Troza, Sledove, diddly do the lava, Sled, we, sled, roughly, hop, sled, roughly, properly, properly, hop. Sled over, sled to the lava, sled off, sled, 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 sled over, sled to the lava, sled off, sled, rosa. Sled over, sled to the lava, sled over, recede. Sled over, sled to the lava, sled off, sled, sled to the lava, sa. Sled over, sled to the lava, sled off, sled, sled, reza. Sled over, sled to the lava, sled off, sled, reza.
Can do.
Bringing scat to a new level. A low one, of course, Shooby Taylor. Here's Hank.
Well, you're just in time to be too late. I tried to, but I couldn't wait. And now I've got another date, so I won't be home no more. You're just in time to miss the boat, so don't take off your hat and coat. Be on your way, that's all she wrote, 'cause I won't be home no more. I stood around a month or two and waited for your call. Now I'm too busy pitching woo, so come around next fall. I scratched your name right off my slate and hung a sign on my front gate. You're just in time to be too late, and I won't be home no more. I turned you down, and I won't be home no more. You're just in time to change your tune. Go tell your troubles to the moon, and call around next May or June, 'cause I won't be home no more. I used to be the patient kind, believed each alibi, but that's all done, I've changed my mind. I've got new fish to fry. Well, you're just in time to celebrate the things you didn't calculate. You're just in time to be too late, and I won't be home no more.
Forgive me for that. He did put out quite a bit of music for someone who lived only until 29 years old and who was basically incapacitating himself for a chunk of those last 2 or 3 years. But even so, what he left behind was mostly of extraordinary quality. So we heard a couple of Hank Williams numbers here on Dave's Gone By, including I Won't Be Home No More from the original singles collection, and before that, My Bucket's Got a Hole in It, two of them from the late, great Hank Williams. And then, as promised, some outsider art music from Shooby Taylor. The late, some would say great, Shooby Taylor, William Taylor to you. The whole story about this was he was making these tapes where he would be scatting or scat singing along to pre-recorded music most of the time. So we'd have an Ink Spots album or albums by Miles Davis and other Mozart sometimes, and he made these tapes, and sometimes he'd go into a studio even to record some of this, and never became record albums or 8-track tapes or anything like that, but the tapes from the boards kind of got circulated. Somebody heard it and said, "Oh, you gotta hear this." You know how that is. One person says, "This is you can't, no, this guy, he scats, he sings like this." And he makes a dub tape for somebody, and then that somebody has a friend, and he tells a friend, "Oh, you got to hear this." It's how the whole "shut up little man" phenomenon happens. So it happened with Shooby Taylor too, and it made its way, as these things do, to radio stations, and it made its way to WFMU out in New Jersey. So eventually FMU started playing William Shooby Taylor music. Erwin Shusett over there began, in his moderate way, championing the outsidery uniqueness and joy that is William Shooby Taylor. And it got to the point where listeners to that radio station said, "Well, maybe we can track this guy down. Maybe we can find him." So more than a decade ago, a couple of guys went into the phone book for New Jersey and just started tracking down all the William Taylors, which is tough because it's not, Shooby is a name that not a lot of people would have, but William Taylor, there's probably dozens in various phone books. But they started with Jersey and just started making phone calls and trying to find, is this William Taylor? Are you Shooby Taylor? Amazingly enough, staggeringly enough, they tracked down the still alive William Taylor, who was living in a senior community at that point. He had had a stroke or something, and they found him and visited him, and eventually the radio station, they got him to go to WFMU and be interviewed and talk about his music. He wouldn't sing or scat anymore at that point because he had had a stroke and he didn't feel comfortable doing that, but they played his music and he talked about his inspirations, shall we say, in jazz and stuff. And they did some more digging and they found out that he had been on, not the Gong Show, but this TV show they had on called something Night at the Apollo, Star Night or Talent Night at the Apollo, where acts would go on, and it was equivalent to the Gong Show. Some people would be great, some people would be terrible and get the hook, literally the hook. Midget would come out and pull people off with a hook. So Shooby Taylor came out, and they found this footage from the 1970s or maybe 80s, Taylor coming out and being interviewed very briefly by the smarmy host of the show. And saying, "No, so you're a musician? Do you play an instrument?" And he says, "I do jazz, and what do you play? Do you play like a saxophone or a trombone?" And Shooby Taylor uttered the immortal words, "I blow me," which, of course, the smarmy host made all sorts of delightful comments about, but no, Shooby Taylor, that's what he does. He blew himself. All right, okay, I'm a smarmy host too, what can I say? But yeah, that's what he does. He thinks of himself as a scatting jazz instrument, and that's what you heard on two Shooby Taylor numbers. We heard It Gets Better All the Time from Volume 4 of Erwin Schusett's Outsider Music Collection, Songs in the Key of Z, and we also heard the tune Who's Sorry Now, going back to 1923, a song by Ted Snyder, Burt Kalmar, and Harry Ruby, the folks who did those songs for the Marx Brothers films and stuff. And so we remember the would-have-been birthday of William Shooby Taylor. He would have turned 87 this year. He passed away on June 4th back in 2003. So I've been listening to him for well over a decade now. He was born in 1929. I don't know when that stock market crashed. It was like a month before the crash. And he crash-landed in 2003. But he would have been 87 years old on Monday. So we bid a fond musical farewell to both Hank Williams and William Shooby Taylor here in the neighborhood on Dave's Gone By, where it is 10:53 in the morning Mountain Time on UNCradio.com. Got so much more to do on this episode of Dave's Gone By. We're going to be visited by Sally Mays and Jeff Harnar, two marvelous singers who are doing a cabaret show this Wednesday night and next Wednesday night at the Laurie Beachman Theater in Midtown Manhattan. They're going to tell you all about it when they talk to Rabbi Sal Solomon a little later in the show. We'll also play some Bob Dylan music from his Oh Mercy album, and we'll have another Saturday segue of songs connected to things that are going on in news and current events and the world at large. But before all that, it's time to talk about something that I love almost as much as scat singing, theater and Broadway. Inside Broadway, a look at theater in New York, Colorado, and beyond, brought to you by TotalTheater.com and Performing Arts Insider, the Bible of Broadway. Inside Broadway we go, on the Dave's Gone By radio program of the air, because I've been a theater critic for going on almost 30 years now, and have been a playwright and an actor and a middling director as well. But have seen all sides of the theater. I've taught playwriting too. So I've been on all aspects of theater and still love it very, very much, and like to share it with the folks listening. And like to let you know what's happening in New York, because, you can turn on the TV or the radio or open a newspaper and see all the movies that are opening and what's playing at the multiplex and what's over at the Cress, and what movie stars are doing and what movies are coming up a month from now. But unless it's about Hamilton or the Book of Mormon, you get very, very little talk about one of the most important art forms that we have as a culture, as a people. So that's why I like to talk about the theater just for a few minutes here on Dave's Gone By. I do want to remind folks who are living in New York or visiting New York that you have just one more week to take advantage of 20 at 20 in 2016. It's this great deal that they have for off-Broadway shows, where if you show up at the box office 20 minutes before curtain and the show is not sold out, you can buy the available tickets for only $20. And if you figure off-Broadway tickets now run anywhere from $60 to $100 a pop, getting the $20 ticket to shows like Avenue Q, Black Angels over Tuskegee, A Day by the Sea, which is directed by our friend Austin Pendleton over at the Mint Theater Company, Drunk Shakespeare, very well-reviewed new show featuring Hershey Felder playing Leonard Bernstein in Maestro. You've got How to Be an American. It's a workshop new musical over at the York Theater, which is run by our friend Jim Morgan. One Funny Mother, a solo show. Sheer Madness, this wild, crazy comedy that is played everywhere but New York for about 30 years, and finally they opened an off-Broadway production, and it's running great over there. Perfect Crime, which has been running for 30, 40 years. Our friend Catherine Russell is in there. The musical Sisters, The Fantastics, that Golden Girls show. Primary Stages is doing an old Horton Foote play called The Roads to Home. White Rabbit, Red Rabbit, a more experimental piece. And there's more. So if you go to 20at20.com, you can see all the different off-Broadway shows that are taking part in this amazing discount promotion. 20AT20, 20at20.com. For $20 tickets if you get there, and there's still tickets available 20 minutes before curtain. So I think that's a wonderful thing that people should absolutely be taking advantage of. Now, you ever wonder if Steven Spielberg's son could act? Well, you're going to get a chance to find out. If you wondered that Howard Stern's daughter might be able to act, you could go see her in shows. I don't know if she's still doing that, but a few years ago, she was trying to be an actress, and she would turn up in these weird off-Broadway things. A lot of children of celebrities are paying their dues, trying to get into the business by doing theater work because they don't have to support themselves. So, and the parents will come see them and support them and stuff. So you have that now also with Steven Spielberg's son. He's in a play called Safe, that is happening at the 14th Street Y Theater in New York. Penny Jackson wrote this drama, which also features Megan St. Thomas. I don't have Stephen's son's name on here, oops, but he's in this play, which is about an intriguing older man who enters the life of a teenage girl, threatening her relationship with her already estranged father and her best friend. So mystery turns to danger in the play Safe in the Rialto. I'm sorry for the mic stuff that's happening here. There's still some microphone issues at the station, although everything else is working for once, so that's kind of neat. But some honorees, a lot of theatrical honorees this time, being granted the National Medal of Arts from President Obama later this month. And those include 6-time Tony winner Audra McDonald. She, as a matter of fact, finally, she did not win a Tony, and she was not nominated for a musical. It was called Shuffle Along this past season. And this was the one that everybody said that she shouldn't be nominated for more than all the others. She was apparently amazing. But it really hurt that show because she was in it. She got fantastic reviews, and she got pregnant. And, everybody was coming to see her. They were buying tickets, not just to see the musical, but to see Audra McDonald in this musical. And she had to duck out after a couple of months for the sake of the baby. And, ticket sales dried up instantly, and they closed the show after a couple of weeks. So it was a really, one of the brutal losses last season on Broadway. But anyway, Audra McDonald did win Tonys and got amazing reviews for other shows, things like that a revival of Carousel about 2 decades ago. And what else was she in? She was in, oh, help me out. Well, there's 110 in the Shade. She was terrific in that. Come on. She's Audra McDonald. So she is getting the National Medal of Art. So is, I think, 89 or 90-year-old Mel Brooks is getting one, mostly for his movies, but let's not forget, of course, that he turned his genius movie musical, The Producers, into a near-genius Broadway musical, and a tremendous Broadway hit, and a hit that Broadway needed around that time, back in 2001, when New York was trying to pull itself out of the whole 9/11 miasma and cataclysm and disaster. So there was Mamma Mia, and there was, the Producers, people who would have stayed away from Broadway just to stay the hell away from Manhattan, because stuff was floating around in the air and it was still dangerous and scary, said, well, wait a minute, I paid $100 for my Producers tickets. I'm coming into Manhattan to see the Producers. That was a huge thing back then. But anyway, Mel Brooks did the Producers. He also did Young Frankenstein on Broadway, and there's rumors now that they want to bring Young Frankenstein back, that it didn't really get the shot that it deserved, and that Susan Stroman was going to come in and direct a revival of that. I remember seeing it and thinking it was pretty damn funny. It was miscast in some ways, and probably too big for its britches, but I think if they work on it, they can have another hit, just like they had with the Producers, with Young Frankenstein. We will see. So, Medal of Arts winner Mel Brooks, also Medal of Arts winner Philip Glass. Now, his music has, of course, turned up in opera. I don't know if Einstein on the Beach ever played Broadway. It might have had a Broadway production, but certainly that's a bridging between opera and theater and modern music, and his music has been used in people's plays, so there's a theater connection there. You've got Moises Kaufman from the Tectonic Theater Project, and he did the Matthew Shepard play. The Eugene O'Neill Theater Center, of which I am a proud former fellow. This is a center out in Waterford, Connecticut, which was created to give playwrights a place away from the spotlight of New York to workshop plays, to write them first or second drafts, polish them a bit, see them acted very quickly in staged readings that are thrown together in a week. Stage readings done on stage, and then the playwright will look at the stage reading and maybe make some changes that night that could go into the next performance. And then come through the whole experience with another draft of the play, having seen these plays done in front of smart, intelligent Connecticut theater audiences. It's a wonderful place, and I was lucky enough to be there. First of all, for 3.5 weeks as a playwright, as a a critic fellow, because they did a side piece of it to develop theater critics, because it's not fair to have really interesting, if flawed, but exciting plays done, and then critics who aren't trained in how to critique plays and how to write for an audience, but also write for the art itself. So they, Ernie Shear and Dan Sullivan and people like that got together and said, hey, let's bring critics here for a couple of weeks and polish their writing and figure out what they want to say about the theater and improve how they do their craft. So we elevate the level of theater, not just from the playwright side, but from the newspaper and the magazine and the criticism side. And it's been a wonderful idea. I was proud to be a part of it. I was a guest lecturer there a couple of years later as well. Well, the Eugene O'Neill Theater Center is still very much around. They even have a puppet conference there now, and they've got 1 or 2 weeks of a cabaret conference where they bring budding cabaret singers to the O'Neill Center. And they are mentored by people like Sally Mays and Jeff Harnar and Marilyn May and Andrea Marcovici and Karen Akers and people like that. So the Eugene O'Neill Theater Center going to be honored by President Obama with a National Medal of Art. Hooray, hooray. Other Medal of Arts winners announced this week will be Berry Gordy, formerly Berry Gordy Jr., but now just Berry Gordy, which, okay, that's about Motown, that's about all the hits he had, but I'll betcha that his name moved a little bit forward on the list of arts medals winners because he had that Broadway show 2 years ago called Motown the Musical. You know, you get on Broadway, it's even bigger than being on vinyl. So congratulations to Berry Gordy, as well as playwright and actor Luis Valdez, and to dancer and choreographer Ralph Lemon. So a lot of theater or theater-related people getting honored with the National Medal of Arts. That's yay. I wish I had that applause sound effect. Yay to all of them. By the way, it's 11:05 in the morning Mountain Time here at the University of Northern Colorado, where we are doing the 574th episode of Dave's Gone By, Saturday, September 17th, 2016, our amazing show. You know, in honor of Sally Mays and Jeff Harnar, who will be with us in just a little bit. We've got our Bob Dylan segment coming up. We've got another Saturday Segue coming up. But right now, we're in the middle of Inside Broadway, which we could not do without our kind and wonderful sponsors, Total Theater. Total Theater puts out a free website of theater news, and not so much theater news, but theater articles and interviews, and of course, reviews. Absolutely free. Just go to totaltheater.com, click on either the Criticopia section for a whole bunch of reviews of Broadway and off-Broadway and regional theater and international theater. If you want to see what's still currently running, all the new stuff, just click on the What's New link on the homepage. And if you want to read articles and interviews from people making theater all around the world, just go to the Periodica section. It's all there on the homepage, and as I said, there's no charge, there's no membership fee, it's just free to enjoy and explore and research. TotalTheater.com. Now, we also thank Total Theater for putting out this long-running magazine/journal called Performing Arts Insider, the Bible of Broadway, since 1944. When people who are in the entertainment industry want to know what's happening on the stages of New York, Broadway, off and off, these are the pages that they turn to. They need to know all the details, not just the name of the show and what theater it's in and maybe what star is in it, but all the people involved, all the designers, all the creators, the agents, the press agents, the managers, and how do you contact these folks? If you wanted to email the star of a show or the author or the choreographer, let's say you're staging a show, you're in some high school, and this choreographer's on Broadway working on a show, and you're working on a show that they did 10 years ago. You want to ask them a question just by email. How do you contact them? That information is in the pages of Performing Arts Insider, and very often nowhere else. You know, only in these pages can you get all this info in this such a succinct and beautifully put together place. And it's a hard copy magazine. This isn't a website. This is something that comes to you in the mail. You can read it on the plane, in your office, at your desk. You open it up. You've got an index, a table of contents. You flip to the show, and there the information is. Comprehensively listed for every single Broadway off and off-Broadway production. The people who subscribe to Performing Arts Insider pay a lot of money, but they renew again and again because they know they can't get this info anywhere else. Even if you were to open a dozen windows on your computer, you'll find a lot of it, but not all of it. And you would waste like 20 minutes of your time looking up what you can find in about 10 seconds in Performing Arts Insider. So for more information, go to the website, performingartsinsider.com. It'll tell you how you can subscribe for rented lips, how you can subscribe for either the monthly edition, or if you need it even more than that, it comes out 21 times a year. If you're not sure, if you're, well, it sounds interesting, it sounds exciting, but he said it's expensive, you can check out a single issue. If you live in New York, you can grab a copy at Theater Circle and the Drama Bookshop, both in Midtown, or PerformingArtsInsider.com has the information on how you can send away for a single brand new edition of Performing Arts Insider. So please check it out, PerformingArtsInsider.com. More Broadway news here on Dave's Gone By in our Inside Broadway segment. We're going to let you know that a show that they were pretty sure was coming to Broadway this coming spring is now even more certain to come to Broadway. It's going to happen. It's called Come From Away. And, well, we just mentioned 9/11. This is about 9/11. It's about a bunch of people who are on an airplane that is diverted on like September 11th and 12th, and they have to spend all this time together. They're a bunch of strangers. What are their stories? They're from all over the world, all different places and backgrounds, which is essentially America itself. It's called Come From Away. It's got a book and score by Irene Sankoff and David Hine, directed by Christopher Ashley and choreographed by Kelly Devine, and they've announced that it will be opening at the Gerald Schoenfeld Theater. It's a Schubert house on March 12th, which is a little surprising that they have made this official announcement, since the Broadway play The Humans by Stephen Karam is still in the Schoenfeld Theater and hasn't announced a closing date yet. That's usually kind of bad form. They wait for one show to officially announce that it has an end date before another show will say, hey, we've got the theater, we're going to be opening. But we know that The Humans is on sale until January. I assume sometime this week they'll officially announce that they'll be gone before the 9/11 show comes in. Actually, it'd be kind of interesting because The Humans takes place in New York and is a dysfunctional family. So maybe they can just crash with all these people on the airplanes. Not literally crash, of course. Anyway, the show is trying out at the Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C., and then Toronto before coming to the Schoenfeld in March. Come From Away. Now, we've also got more before we get to the sad, negative theater news, because apparently I'm on a real negative jag today. But some happy news about a show that people are getting excited about. The revival of Hello, Dolly on Broadway. The first one without Carol Channing that's ever been. It will have Bette Midler. We knew that. We knew Bette Midler, and we knew that she would be co-starring with David Hyde Pierce, the Frasier guy. He'll be playing Horace Vandergelder. But now they've announced a bunch of other cast members for this Hello, Dolly. It will also feature Gavin Creel, who was Tony nom for Thoroughly Modern Millie and that Diane Paulus revival of Hair. He'll be playing Cornelius. Kate Baldwin, she was in Big Fish. She'll be playing Irene. You've got Taylor Trench. I really don't know who that is, but he'll be playing Barnaby Tucker. Will Burton will be Ambrose. Melanie Moore will be Ermengarde. I love the names. And then, Tony nominee Jennifer Simard. She will be playing Ernestina. Now, I fell in love with Jennifer Simard 20-something years ago when she was in I Love You, You're Perfect, Now Change. She was cute and really funny, and I was wondering, what'll ever happen to her? And she kicked around, she did some off-Broadway stuff, and nothing ever happened. And then, boom, a year ago, she's on Broadway in a short-lived musical called Disaster, which makes fun of, disaster movies of the 1970s, the Irwin Allen films, if you remember them, Earthquake and The Towering Inferno and stuff like that. Well, they did this really, really spoofy comedy musical using 1970s hits of the period in the disco era. And some critics loved it, and some critics said, no, they should have kept this off Broadway. But apparently Jennifer Simard was hysterical in it, playing a nun with a gambling problem. And she was so memorable that she got a Tony nomination. And now she's in demand, and now she's going to be in this new Hello, Dolly, playing Ernestina. So that's kind of cool. And by the way, speaking of cool, and speaking of the musical Disaster, the fellow who co-wrote Disaster, Seth Rudetsky, my old high school, he wasn't a classmate, it was more of a cohort, because we were a couple of years apart. But we both went to Eula High School, and we've known each other for many, many years, and we've been in touch here and there. I wanted to get him on my show for the past 14 years. Next week it's going to happen. Seth Rudetsky will be our guest in the neighborhood, talking not only about Disaster, but all the stuff, because he's always doing a zillion things at once. So it'll be great to have Seth Rudetsky here in the neighborhood next week. But let you know, again, that they have all these cool, fun cast members in this brand new staging of Hello, Dolly, the classic Jerry Herman musical co-written with Michael Stewart, who of course was adapting the Thornton Wilder play The Matchmaker. Yeah, it's going to be opening in mid-April at the Schubert Theater, by the way. All right, let's get to the sad stuff here on Inside Broadway. Just this morning, news leaked out that yesterday Edward Albee passed away. He was 88 years old. He died at his home in Montauk, New York. He was born in Virginia to a theatrical family. I shouldn't even say that it was born. He was adopted. He was adopted by Reed Albee, who was the son of a man who was really, really huge in vaudeville and owned all these Broadway theaters. So, Albee had some issues with school and home and even his adoptive parents, but, he wanted to do what he wanted to do. He also discovered, I guess fairly early on, that he was gay, which he wouldn't be too open about back then. But then, he was someone who just started hitting it right out of the box. His first play, The Zeus Story, has become something of a classic of sorts. It's a one-act play, two guys on a bench, and something goes really, really, really wrong between them. And then came, certainly, the masterwork, the 1963 Pulitzer Prize winner, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, which just took the American marriage and laid it bare and ripped the skin off it and showed a couple, before Al Bundy and Peg in Married with Children, before Homer and Marge, before all, these couples that we see on TV now and in movies and stuff, there was George and Martha in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. These university people, well, he's a university professor, she's the long-suffering, almost alcoholic wife, inviting other people, well, another professor over and his young wife, for a night of drinks and talk and games. And things don't go especially well. I mean, it's one of those places where nothing really happens, and yet everything happens kind of emotionally. And yet you also learn that as messed up and dysfunctional as George and Martha are, they need each other quite a lot. And they don't even need the O'Neillian life lie that they keep bringing up through the first and second act. They're allowed to kill the life lie and still maybe at the end figure out how they're going to go on together. It is a great play. It has worked marvelously on Broadway, and it is the reason that Albee will remain in the pantheon of American playwrights. His other works, well, some critics absolutely love almost everything that he writes, which boggles my mind. Other critics, I'm sort of on the fence. I usually find his plays really interesting and good for about a half to two-thirds of the way, and then they get weird in the last half hour, and I'm like, what the hell happened there? I don't get really a delicate balance. I like, there's this upper-class annoying people, but then sort of like, okay, then what happens? So I don't like Seascape, the one about the lizards that I was mentioning before. Three Tall Women has a great first act and a kind of interesting second act, although most people think that was a real huge comeback play for him in 1994. I just loved, because there was a story in the first act. In the second, they all become mouthpieces of three women in different ages. Well, he was a more experimental playwright. That's one of the reasons he was so important. And he wrote some other plays. I cannot believe that his comedy, The Goat, or Who is Sylvia, won a Tony Award in 2002. It was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. It was a joke that Woody Allen did in 10 minutes in Everything You Always Wanted to Know About Sex But Were Afraid to Ask. The Gene Wilder piece with the sheep. He extrapolates that to a whole 2 hours, and then some critics found it this really deep discourse on marriage, framed in the terms of a comedy with a very edgy plot. No. Sorry, it was awful. And couldn't get into the play about the baby, which they did off Broadway with the naked people. And I will never forget my high school teacher back in 1981. I forget her name, and I'm very sorry that I did. But she was one of those great teachers who isn't just about teaching you English and writing, but is about opening you up culturally. And I try to do that for all my students as well. And she would come to us because she had a school teacher's salary. She would have TDF, and she would go to the theater on a discount, and she would come back to us that next week after the weekend and tell us what she saw and what plays and musicals she was seeing. I remember she saw Sweeney Todd when it was with Len Cariou and Angela Lansbury. It was still, let's see. It wouldn't have been when Sweeney Todd first opened. It was probably still running at that point. How could I have... I'm sorry, I'm having a brain fart now, because if The Man Who Had Three Arms opened in 1981, and I think Sweeney was 79, I could not and would not have had the same teacher telling me about these shows. So, maybe I'm already conflating history in my head, as we old fogies tend to do. But anyway, make believe with me that I'm telling you a true thing now. So this teacher, she would tell us about Sweeney Todd and how the music was beautiful, but she just couldn't get into it because it's about cannibalism, and she was grossed out. She was creeped out by it. And when a new musical opens, it isn't a classic yet. It isn't on opera stages yet. It's people going to it and saying, okay, oh, I liked it, or I loved it, or I really liked the music, I want to hear that again. But, the plot was not for me. So, she would do that when going to the theater. And I just remember her going to see The Man Who Had Three Arms and telling us that it was embarrassingly bad. It was basically kind of a lecture play, almost a one-man show, about a man who had three arms, and talking about it at length, ad nauseum, no plot, no interest, no nothing. And that kind of, Albee was already sort of sliding down from the Pulitzers he had won and the Tonys he had won for things like A Delicate Balance and Seascape and, Tiny Alice, which Tiny Alice is another one of those plays that works for about 2 full acts. And then the third act, you're kind of like, where the hell is this going? What's happening here? So I never saw or read The Man Who Had Three Arms. I probably should. And several of his other plays. The Death of Bessie Smith is really good. That was an early one. That was a good one. Fictional, apparently, by the way. The whole idea was that Bessie Smith wasn't brought to the right hospital because she was black, and in that time she might have lived had they brought her to a closer hospital. But I think everything else about that play is fictional. All Over, which is a bore. I don't generally like Edward Albee plays. Here I am. The man just died. This is why my wife says I'm a negative person. The man just dropped dead less than 24 hours ago, and instead of lauding all that he's done for the theater, I'm going, well, I don't like that play, and that was kind of crappy, and that was terrible, and why did they give that an award? Shame on me, for goodness sakes. The late Edward Albee, very, very important man for the theater, and as I said, if you got the Zoo Story, and Bessie Smith, and The Sandbox, you already got a legacy that even if he didn't do anything else after 1960, and he hadn't done Three Tall Women, etc., he would be in the pantheon of American playwrights. So a big farewell to Edward Albee. Let's see if there's any personal life stuff. His partner, Jonathan Thomas, who was a sculptor, died back in 2005 from bladder cancer. They had been together for almost 40 years. And, I know he and Terrence McNally were lovers back in the 1950s. So he was very philanthropic in a lot of ways. Let's see. I'm literally trying to skim through Wikipedia now because I didn't prepare anything on this because it's just happened this morning for Edward Albee. Let's try one more news story about him to pick up any interesting tidbits. So let's hit the Washington Post and see what they have to say about the late Edward Albee, if my page would load. Here on Dave's Gone By, where it's 24 minutes after 11 Mountain Time in the neighborhood at University of Northern Colorado Radio. Washington Post does not seem to want to load. So while it's working, I'll move on to one more piece of unfortunate, sad news. That's kind of dwarfed by the Edward Albee death. Oh, here's the Albee story. Let's see if I can get to it. Pulitzer winner, of course. Let me skim through it really quickly. Professor of English at Georgia State University and a playwright scholar, Matthew Rudin, wrote, "Albee's importance cannot be overstated. He was a powerful, angry, satiric voice, and someone who reinvigorated Broadway defined by Arthur Miller and Tennessee Williams and Eugene O'Neill. He was not afraid to be avant-garde." And Rudin also said he was always an experimental writer, always out there on the edge, and that Albee once called Broadway audience, quote, "such placid cows." Hey, as long as they show up, what can I tell you? Anyway, farewell to Edward Albee, age 88. Farewell also, let's not forget that we lost another theater person, someone who certainly did not have the longevity or the rack of credits that Albee did. But we did lose Jack Hofstas this week, the man who directed back in 1979 the original staging of The Elephant Man, the one with Philip Anglin. He died, Jack Hofstas did, on Tuesday at age 65. He was only 65, which meant that when he directed The Elephant Man, he was the youngest director ever to win a Tony Award. Because what happened was Jack Hofstas was working for Joseph Papp at the Public Theater, as so many people who went on to be huge stars and important people in film and theater and TV. But Hofstas was working at the Public when he got a script of The Elephant Man, and he decided to do it in a little house off Broadway, just decided to stage it. So, and then somebody saw it and said, "Hey, this is pretty good, you should move this." It ended up going to Broadway. Hofstas had in the theater nothing like that kind of success ever again. He staged a one-night courtroom drama flop called Total Abandon in 1983. That starred Richard Dreyfuss, by the way. And he did direct the 1994 revival of The Shadow Box, which starred Mercedes Ruehl, also on Broadway. And then he kind of helped out. He served as a directorial helper on the Catherine Grody solo show A Mom's Life. She's the woman who was married to, you should pardon the expression, Mandy Patinkin. And she did a whole show about balancing career and her husband's career called A Mom's Life, and he helped direct that. But anyway, Hofstas did one movie. He directed the Jill Clayburgh movie, I'm Dancing as Fast as I Can. He probably would have done a lot more, but in the summer of 85, he was going for a swim, and he dove into the shallow end of a pool at a place he was renting in Fire Island. He was gay, and he dove into the pool on the shallow end, broke his neck and spine, and he was paralyzed from the chest down. He did recover. It took more than a year, and he remained active, and he worked off Broadway. He actually directed a play called Doubtless by Albert Innamorato, and doubtless was kind of a spoof on John Patrick Shanley's Doubt, which they did over at E59 Theaters. So he was kind of active just a couple of years ago, which is kind of neat. And Albert Innamorato, he did, that play about the Italian family. I am forgetting it. The one with all those commercials in the 1970s. Take Human Bites. What was that? Oh, anyway. Doesn't matter. What matters is that we will miss both Edward Albee and Jack Hopsis, who both passed away this week in the world at large. And so to honor, in a way, maybe not the most honorable way, but to honor the passing of Jack Hopsis, I want to play a song from a musical that was written first in 2001, and I think they did it off Broadway, maybe at a fringe festival. And they've been trying to get some other productions of it since. But there really was a comical, spoofy version of The Elephant Man turned into a musical. I know they made fun of an Elephant Man musical in that comedy with Jeff Goldblum and Emma Thompson that was really funny a bunch of years back. But this is different. There was a couple of people named, what's her name? Jeff Hilton and Tim Warenko collaborated on an Elephant Man musical, and why not? Right now, we've got Gerard Alessandrini, our friend of the neighborhood, the guy who created Forbidden Broadway. He's doing a spoof of Spamilton that got so well reviewed and is so popular, it's extended to the end of the year off Broadway. So why not do an Elephant Man musical? They put out some kind of promo thing, I guess, to get interested backers to move the show to a bigger venue. It never happened. So they put out kind of a sampler CD of the show. It is not very well recorded. You can tell that they just sort of placed microphones by the stage of a theater during an actual production with an audience that laughs a little too much. So I apologize for the sound quality of this song from Elephant Man the musical, but hey, this is a song from something called Elephant Man the musical. You should thank me. And the song is called Everybody Wants Their Life to Be a Musical.
You see, James, once in every very great while, given theatrical laws of averages and fortunes, a musical that's striking rare is written. What is it can make the world smile? Why, it's tunes and tunes and tunes and tunes and more tunes. A musical that leaves the masses smitten, and they always come from Britain. Twill make you laugh, twill make you cry, and ever after till you die, it will be part of you, deep in the heart of you. It somehow changes you, it rearranges you. And will you grieve as you leave, so distraught your life's not a musical? Oh, sure. But you'll sing, Lord, to your God, that you bought my big thoughtful souvenir brochure, so you can relive and relive this gift I give, and I give. Give, 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 give. Live, 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 live. And I have found the very secret to life itself. Do you want to know? Do you really want to know? Everybody wants, everybody wants, everybody wants their life to be a musical. 'Cause musical take away the sting of any nasty thing that may be happening. If just please only you could sing a soulful, happy ballad. Forget your doleful, crappy ballad, humdrum line. Yes, everybody wants, everybody wants, everybody wants their life to be a musical. 'Cause musical will wistfully caress the centers of your stress with waves of happiness. Help him a hopeful happiness. Yes, a solid driving number can ease your squalid striving cumbersome dumb life. Even miserable people singing are happier than happy people talking. See the miserable people singing, they're senseless, same place walking. 'Cause they have to move their feet to the music's moving beat. Your life may be dung, but dung when it's sung is a multi-million-dollar tree. Abject misery, if it's in the major key, is such a sight to see. Good, great, big God, I'm glad I made Everybody wants, everybody needs, everybody craves their life to be a music hall. With music alluring and divine, come join a chorus line. You'll sparkle, sing and shine. They also wish their life was mine. Producing joy and rapture, just try it. You sing, boy, and capture some plum life. Right to show that it's mesmerizing, right to show that could not be lusher. Hey, look at me organizing the next big raincoat gusher. Oh, your life is big balloons if your life is full of tunes. Sure, your boy is a freak, but the freak doesn't speak. The sorry sack of skin he crews. Just write me something true and emotional and new. Make it hummable, be-do, then sir, you'll soon be stoked you're you. Everybody wants Pippin and Gypsy and Porgy and Bess, Carousel, Carnival, Carrie and Chess, Cabaret, Camelot, Cantine and Mame, Folly, Sing, Funny Girl, Forum and Fame, On Your Toes and Anything Goes, and Smokey Joe's and Fanny. I do, and two by two, and Crazy for You and Annie. Phantom and Can-Can and Grease and Les Mis, Passion and Curly, Consents and Lucas, Chicago, She Loves Me, Showboat State Fair, Dreamgirls and Dolly, Looks Diamond and Hair, Dames at Sea and the Apple Tree, and Do-Re-Mi and Whoopee. No, Nanette, yes, Yvette, me and Juliet and Snoopy. On the town, in wonderful town, in New Girl in town, Evita, Irene and Jenny, Roberta, Sweet Charity, Rosalie, Drew, Rita. Kiss me, Kate, strike up the band, they're playing a song in the air. Follow the girls into the woods, no strings, wish you were here. Her rent and big and nine and cats and cats and cats and cats, and that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants their life to be a music
Hi, this is Sally Mays.
And this is not. No, this is Jeff Harnar, Sally Mae's partner in the show Double Take at the Laurie Beechton Theater.
On Wednesdays this month at 7 p.m.
And we are delighted to be here on Dave's Gone By.
On UNC Radio.
They command each other, understand each other perfectly. Love and pathos there are free. You don't give them repartee. I'm so very, very digga-digga-doo by nature. Digga-digga-doo, digga-digga-doo. If you don't know digga-digga-doo, Make them play that crazy swing again. I gotta do that lazy swing again. Hi-ho, do wear my new low down. Got my feet to misbehaving now. I got a soul that's not for saving now. Hi-ho, do wear my new low down. That dancing demon has got my feet in a trance, 'cause when I'm dreaming, I go right into my dance. Once you hear that Harlem Stranger, which I bet your life you'll go insane to it. Hi-ho, do wear my new low down. That dancing demon, baby, has got my feet in a trance, 'cause when I'm dreaming, I go right into my dance. Once you hear him play the crazy little digga-doo, I bet my life that you will digga-digga-doo-doo. Hi-ho, do wear my new low. Hi-ho.
Shalom, shalom, my friends. This is your old pal, Rabbi Sal Solomon, founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. And you know, the last time I did a double take, I hurt my neck. I had to take Advil for a week. However, this is a different kind of double take. There's two wonderful people who have done theater and especially cabaret and singing, and they are doing a tag team cabaret show. It's going to be at the Laurie Beachman Theater on 2 successive Wednesdays, September 21st, as this week, and September 28th. They'll also be at the Cabaret Convention in the middle of October, celebrating Stephen Sondheim with a bunch of other brilliant people. So, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that the woman she's put on Broadway, she was Tony nominated for She Loves Me, and he's got an award from the Noel Coward Foundation and MAC Awards. We'll talk to them. It'll all come out. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the neighborhood, Sally Mays and Jeff Harnar. Shalom.
Shalom. How are you?
Well, let me ask you the question, Sally, because I heard you had a thing, like a pneumonia thing last week or something bad?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm all aces now.
Oh, good. If only Hillary Clinton were as good. No, but seriously, did you have to perform when you were sick anywhere?
Well, I was on the ending of this. I was like, my last day of antibiotics when we opened last Wednesday at the Laurie Beachman, and so yeah, I was fine. But it hasn't affected my singing. It just kind of made me feel really wonky.
Oh,
I'm okay.
Because I remember there was an interview on this radio program years ago with another songstress named Maud Maggart, and she mentioned something called Doctor Theater, where you're sick as a dog, you got 105, the second the light hits you and you go on stage, you're fine. And then you collapse later. Is that true, or do you still feel it on stage, you just push it aside?
I think that's basically true. I think that if there's a certain level of sickness you get to, then you can't do that. But for the most part, I think that works.
Yeah, I mean, leprosy would be difficult. You hit a high note, your nose falls off. This would be a problem.
That would be a real problem, yeah.
What about you, Jeff? Because you, Sally is an actress and a singer. You're more known basically as a singer. Have you had to deal with...
No, I'm known mostly as an actress.
Oh. Okay, there we go.
I want to tell you something.
Yeah, please speak a little closer to the your version of a microphone there, Sally. It's a little difficult to hear you at the moment.
All right, can you hear me now?
Oh, much better. Can you hear me now? You should be in a commercial there, yes.
Okay, so I went to see Jeff Harnar in the show that he did last year with our friend K.T. Sullivan that was the Sondheim show, and he's a crackerjack actor.
Oh, I didn't mean to disparage.
Don't let anybody fool you. He's wonderful.
Okay.
I can just throw that right back you. You should have seen Double Take last week with Sally with double pneumonia, and she was ferocious. I mean, she really, you would never have known she was sick. So.
Well, what are some of the songs that you do in this Double Take show?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What are some of the songs that you are performing in your cabaret show together?
Well, we do everything from old Doris Day rom-com songs to songs.
Sally wrote our opening number. She actually wrote a song called Double Take.
Really?
And Jeff actually wrote the verse for it. So,
but you'll hear Comden and Green. We do Just in Time.
Just in time, just in time. Yes, more.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Too Long at the Fair, Come Back to Me. That's all. We both adore the singer-songwriter Ann Hampton Callaway, and we do her song at the same time.
Because we really feel like we need some of that, and we feel like we need some of that in the world right now.
Oh, well, there you go. And she was so lovely, but we had her on the program a few months ago. Just a delightful lady, Ann Hampton Callaway. Very funny, too.
Oh, I know. Very funny.
I know the theme is that you are working together, but is there a particular theme for the songs that you picked for the show itself?
Well, I would say that this is a very frothy show. That's the way I like to think of it. It's frothy and fun and...
Like Purim! Yes.
That's kind of how it ended up. However, what this came out of, Jeff and I have been doing little one-offs for years. Like, we'll do a benefit here. I did his show at the 92nd Street Y, the 1959 Broadway songbook. And so we have all these duets that we've been working on for years and learning together. And we did a show up at Yale together. And, I kind of kept saying to him, we're going to have enough duets pretty soon that we can do a show. Then we did have enough. And then we looked at each other and said, but I want more. And so we pulled in our pal, Alex Rybeck, who is our genius arranger and musical director. And we would all get into a room and we would just spitball ideas and laugh. We have had the best time working on this. And we laugh our heads off. And then, we also sing a little bit, too. So.
Oh, yeah. I figure that's in there somewhere. Speaking of which, when did each of you realize that show business was in your blood?
Just now.
And by the end of this conversation, you realize you should have gone into something else. But seriously, were you 5 years old and performing in front of your family? Was it already in your teens? What?
I've seen the pictures of Sally.
Well, yeah.
She was adorable.
I was hilarious. I was Baby June. I was singing when I was 2 years old, man. I was on stage professionally singing. My dad was a jazz musician.
Right.
And which is kind of odd because I grew up in East Texas, but he was a musician and he taught me how to sing from the time I could talk. And so I started out really early. Jeff also did. Jeff made his first foray into New York when he was a little boy with his aunt, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, but I've been doing. I've had all my union cards since I was 10.
Well, you were doing TV commercials as a child.
Yeah, I did TV jingles when I was a little kid.
I love it.
So, but that was in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one... Oh, sorry.
It's changed when I was about 14, and it's been an uphill climb.
Well...
And I'm not kidding.
No, seriously, that does lead to a question. It's one thing to be a precocious youngster with a nice voice, and everybody tells you you're wonderful, and you take some music lessons and piano lessons, you appear in school. It is quite another to choose this as a career path. What were the difficulties that you, Jeff Harnar, and you, Sally Mays, had to overcome in your strive to the top? Well, the middle, all right.
I'm still striving to the middle.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
Yeah, we're striving to the middle. I started out in Texas, which is, just in and of itself a hardship because, that's not what I would call the Broadway hub.
Well, I'm sorry, I have to say once again, sing out, Louise. You sound very far away there, Sally.
Okay. I started out in Texas, and I had to work my way up here before I could really get going. Once I moved up here, I was really, really lucky. 3 months after I moved here, I was on Broadway.
Whoa.
So I was really lucky. But let me just preface that by saying I took a really long time to get here. So, I was in my 20s when I got here, so, late 20s. So it was fortuitous that I ended up in a show, like, almost immediately. But, yeah, it's been a struggle. I've sung, I'm sure Jeff has done all the same things I've done. I used to sing jingles, too, Jeff, in Dallas.
What do you remember? Do you remember a commercial that you had to do, either of you? I would love to hear the actual...
Oh, yeah, I can tell you my biggest hits.
Oh, please.
Here's a quick medley. What else can you do with Play-Doh? And it's such a great day for Kentucky Fried Chicken and such a bad day to cook. Those are my two biggest.
Hey, those are... Yeah.
And mine were Shine Free from Maybelline, Shine Free by Maybelline, and Dewey Stevens, Dewey, you do me right. So it's...
I honestly don't remember those. Even when I was using Maybelline frequently, I don't...
Well, there you go. It was all on cable back then. It was like that was what they were doing. They were doing with MTV, and it was back when cable wasn't everything. I really enjoyed singing jingles. That business is really pretty much gone now. They mostly pull stuff, or they don't use voices.
Wait, what do you mean? They auto-tune? What do you mean they don't use voices?
Well, they'll either pull a recording of Rosemary Clooney.
Oh, right, yeah.
Something, or they'll have a voiceover, or they'll use they'll use a recording that already exists.
Oh, right, yeah.
There aren't that many, actual jingles to be sung anymore, and so it's kind of become a dying art form.
What about the things that we don't think about? Because usually we think, oh, it's a singer. They either have a pop career or they're in the theater singing that way or in cabaret. What about for sitcom opening songs or,
That's Ann Hampton Calloway.
That's Miss Ann Hampton Calloway.
Yeah.
She's the one that did that. No, I mean,
She wrote the theme to The Nanny.
Right. But then there are some other sitcoms out there, and another show. But I guess there aren't that many sitcom theme songs anymore.
Honestly, most of the sitcoms are shot in Los Angeles or in Atlanta now. It seems to be a big hub for shooting stuff. There's a lot of stuff here, but most of it's like cop shows and they're gritty.
Yeah.
They don't have That's how she became the nanny. They don't have that.
They don't have that. Now it's going to be, oh, I'm going to shoot you. Put down the gun. It's not the same. Yes.
Honestly, there's a big list of people that do that kind of work out in Los Angeles, so, and that business is really one of the, all of show business is like this to a certain extent, but the jingle business is really and honestly who and so
having done it for so long, both of you, didn't you know people?
I knew people in my area. I knew people.
I was 10. Those people are dead.
Yes.
Listen, I made a push when I got up here, and I didn't have any luck at all. And it was already starting to die by the time I moved up here. And listen, people in Dallas, I could call them.
Well, so let me ask you, how did you get that big? What did you audition with when you got that first big break in Welcome to the Club? What was do you remember what song you sang?
Yes.
What was it?
Sang Mr. Paganini.
Okay.
And Cy Coleman lost his mind. He was so impressed with that because I did it just like Ella. And I did Mr. Paganini, and then, of course, they immediately cast me as a country western singer.
All right. But now, Welcome to the Club was not a hit. So, I always ask this of Broadway people, if they can tell, even before opening night, before the reviews come out, whether, or they think the day before, like the last dress rehearsal or the final preview, they think, oh, we're going to have a hit. Could you tell?
Well, I was very green when I first moved up here, and I was just thrilled to be at the party. And the way that I actually got they fired the girl. I was hired as a swing, and they fired the girl that I was swinging for and put me on, and then ultimately gave me the job. And so I was just thrilled to be at the party. And honestly, before the reviews came out, everybody would come and they would laugh so hard at Marilyn Sokol and so hard at Avery Shriver, and the music was great, and it wasn't until the reviews came out that I really realized on that one that we were in big trouble. But we did have tons and tons and tons and tons of rehearsals, all through previews, and they kept changing and fixing and changing and fixing, so that was kind of a clue. But it really wasn't completely clear that they were going to kill it until they did. Now, on Urban Cowboy, when I was doing that years later,
yeah,
I had a cast member come by my dressing room to bring me a card on opening night, and he looked at me and said, "What do you think is going to happen?" And I said, "Sweetie, do you want me to be honest or do you want me to be optimistic?"
Oh, boy.
Well, I want you to be honest. And I said, "Don't buy a paper tomorrow." And he went, "Oh, I don't think it's that bad." And I said, "Okay, have a great show." Because it's I knew that one was that was like being on the Titanic.
Oh my God! Oh wow! Yeah. So there wasn't even during rehearsals and late rehearsals and previews, but before the critics came in, audiences I'm sure were kind of enjoying it. What was the clue in your head that said, we're going to be in trouble?
Well, if you want to know honestly, I'm a Texan, and I grew up in Houston. I mean, the Houston area, and I knew. I think that when people comment on a group of people rather than embrace them, and that's kind of what happened with that, I think that it wasn't. I think that if you don't understand Texans, you can't write them, and that's just my opinion.
Okay, no, that's right. And by the way, we should mention that for all the floppiness of these two shows, you did win a Theater World Award debut in 1992 for...
Oh, listen, I am so grateful for Welcome to the Club because the day after it closed, I got my second job, and which was closer than ever.
Oh.
So I'm nothing but grateful, and Cy Coleman stayed my friend for the rest of his life, and I loved him dearly. And I'm even grateful for Urban Cowboy because I had a lot of fun. It was a crazy group of people, and it was fun.
Communicate, how he and I would easily communicate. Talk, how we used to talk. Talked a lot of common sense, tomorrow's plans, the day's events. When trouble came, how naturally we'd argue and we'd shout. Then one dreadful day, he shut me out. When you try to deal with stress and strain, what antidote do you get for your pain? You get empty promises, broken dreams, a perfect marriage bursting at the seams, temper tantrums, nasty fights, lonely days turn into boring nights. Sweet became bitter one day. How did we end up this way? We had loves and romance, the world to share, something special going that was fine and rare. All we did as one, had it all, but suddenly we had none. What matters who is to blame, or who wins this desperate game? We're a couple of losers who lost in the desperate game, in the sorrowful name of love. What do you do when the night has you pacing the floor, anxiously waiting for no one to walk through the door? You just pick up the pieces, as rough as it seems. You're shattered and bruised, but you still have your dreams. All of the pieces will fall back in place. The girl in the mirror has found a new face. The sun is on schedule each morn. Thank the good Lord you're reborn. You can pull it together and tough it out. Starting up again is what it's all about. Stand up tall, stick out your chin. Never mind that disappointment did you in. Every good plan has a hitch. Just tell yourself ain't life a bitch. There is no shame when it's all in the name of love. So you got dealt a bum hand. Step out and strike up a band. The whole thing's a game when it's all in the name of love.
is not. No, this is Jeff Harnar, Sally Mae's partner in the show Double Take at the Laurie Beachman Theater.
Now, Jeff, I will get to you in a moment, but since we're on this, and she just mentioned Cy Coleman again, he is one of the legendary people in Broadway composing songwriting. So, any Cy Coleman memories of your friendship? Any funny anecdotes?
My favorite Cy Coleman moment, and it is that I was involved with a tribute to Betty Comden and Adolph Green at the Berkshire Theater Festival, and it was one of those all-star kind of things, and I was new kid on the block. I was swept up into it because I was doing a show celebrating Comden and Green in a cabaret room in New York. And I got up to the Berkshire Theater Festival, and they said, to relax, we've got a dinner for you before the show, so just make yourself down. It was at the Red Lion Inn. So I went down, and they seated me with Tyne Daly, Lauren Bacall, Cy Coleman, and Judy Kay to relax.
It's kind of a shame they didn't put anybody famous near you. Yeah.
To Lauren Bacall, and she said, "You're the 13-year-old that's getting all the good reviews." And I said, "Well, thank you." And she said, "Tell me everything. Tell me everything." And I said, "Well, I started doing cabaret because I wasn't getting cast on Broadway." And she learned over. She goes, "Cy, why can't the kid get a Broadway show?" And he just shrugged. That's my Cy Coleman story.
Okay, there you go. I mean, it's funny. Lauren Bacall actually said something to you, and there were no four-letter words in it. That's kind of a shock.
I know, and during the show, I was standing backstage, and she came up to me and she said, "You're having the best time, aren't you?"
Oh.
Yeah, I really am. I have nothing but lovely things to say about her.
No, so do I. I mean, she was a great, shall we say, a great old broad, and I don't mean that in a bad way. She was a salty, Elaine Stritchy kind of a lady, you know? But what about you? Sally, you were, as you said, friends with Cy Coleman for the rest of his life. Did he do more for you than shrug?
Well, first of all, let me just say that Jeff is the best person in the world to have in your audience or in your orbit, actually, because he's positive and loving and hilarious. And so I just want to say that. But then let's go back to Cy.
Okay.
My favorite Cy story is, well, I have a million of them, but my favorite one is they called and asked me to come up and do, Paul Newman used to have this, well, it's still there. God rest his soul, the cancer camp that he had in Connecticut.
And by the way, he was Jewish. I just wanted to throw that in there, but yes.
Okay, well, when they had a thing every year, they would do this great big fundraiser, and all of these stars would come and work on their little stage, and it was like doing skits on stage, right? It was so crazy and so much fun. And let me see, who was there my year? Phoebe Snow, Carole King, Glenn Close, Alec Baldwin, Amy Grant. I mean, it was like one of those kind of nights, right? And then Paul and Joanne, of course, Jimmy Naughton. And so we're there, and, we're working on the skits, and everybody's laughing and having a great time. Aggie Hotchner, who was Welcome to the Club, was also. They were kind of all part of this posse. They were all real good friends, and they all lived in Connecticut, right?
Uh-huh.
And Cy wasn't there, and I kept asking people, and they were like, "Oh, he'll be here in a little bit." And where Cy was there was a little boy in the ward who wanted to play jazz piano, and every year when Cy would come up there, he would spend time with him and, teach him and sit and visit with him and stuff. And the little boy died that weekend, and so that's a downer of a story.
Yeah, way to bring the show down. Thank you, Sally.
But just the fact that he was so completely available and open and there for that little boy, I thought it was the most wonderful thing I'd ever seen in my life. He was so incredible. And so that's my favorite story, because he spent, hours every day that we were up there.
Well, that was sweet and heartwarming, which I hate. So, how about your second favorite Cy Coleman story, one that is light and amusing and perhaps a little salty?
Well, okay, I was driving around in my town where I live here. I'm a mom, and I live up in Westchester County, and I was driving around doing grocery shopping and errands and stuff one day, and the phone rings, and I see that it's Cy Coleman, and I hadn't talked to him in a long time. And he said, "Hi, Sally, it's Cy." And I went, "Yeah, I know, what's up?" And he was like, "Well, we're working on this jazz jazz musical, and we did it at the Kennedy Center, and it was with Janice Siegel and Lilias White, and and Janice is not going on with it, and so I want you to come and sing for the Bergmans because I think you'd be great for this. And I said, oh, sorry, that's so nice, thank you. And he went, I'm not offering you the job. And I went, that's okay. I said, what do you want me to bring? You have something you want to hear? And he said, bring everything.
Okay.
I called my friend Johnny Rogers, and I asked him to meet me, and we went over to Side's townhouse, and we go up, and Pat Birch and Cy and Marilyn and Alan Bergman, who I'd never met, were there, and so basically I did my club act. I did everything I asked, and they were like all clapping and laughing, and I would tell my jokes and stuff, and I did my whole club act for them, and then I didn't get the job.
Oh!
So I think that's hilarious. I'm sorry.
It's nice that you're kind of optimistic, too, because if somebody did that to me, they'd find Cy Coleman in the bottom of a river.
Well, he did say right up front.
Well, no, he did. He did say that. But you always have that little hope, that inkling, that jealousy of somebody else getting the part. I'm sure it has affected both of you over the years.
I thought it was really funny.
Oh, okay.
It ended up not coming in, and so I didn't feel that bad about it, actually. So it never came into town. And so I didn't feel that bad about it. But it was just, I thought it was really funny that I did my whole club act and then didn't get the job.
Well, what about you, Jeff? Have you auditioned for things that you thought were, like, right in the pocket, and either they surprisingly, or did you do a terrible audition one time, and you got the gig, and you were shocked?
The thing is, I don't audition. I mean, I did do that a lot when I was at NYU, and I have gone in for auditions when I've been asked, but I really discovered 30 years ago that I enjoy doing cabaret, where I create the show and I give myself the lead or the co-starring part in this case. And so I really don't have a lot of audition stories to tell you. It's one of the great joys for me about doing cabaret is that it taps into all the different things I like to do as far as creating the show and performing it and promoting it and doing the graphic design and the artwork and all of that. All of that lights me up. What doesn't light me up is going into a room and having 16 bars to sing for somebody and hoping that they'll totally get who I am and think that I'm right for their show.
That's fair.
So I do have some audition stories, but they're not like what Sally just told you. They're nothing.
Can I just add to that? It's like I think that most of us who are intelligent, creative, talented people want to have a little bit of control, and as an actor, you never have control. You don't have any control as an actor. You go in the room, and it's up to other people whether or not you're going to get the job. Then when you have the job, it's up to other people how the job is done and how it's directed and how it's presented and what costumes you're going to be wearing. You don't have control. And when you're doing what Jeff and I are doing here, we got to control how all of this went. We got to decide what songs are going to be sung by whom, and we were able to decide what kind of arrangements we wanted to do and who we wanted to use as our band. And it was you have control. You're behind the wheel, and that's one of the reasons why I always come back to cabaret, even though I do also act. It's because I like that feeling of being in charge of my destiny.
But here's the question, especially for Jeff, is in New York cabaret alone, I can't imagine, unless you're maybe Jim Caruso, that you can just make a living doing that. You have to, I assume, you make your money touring, I guess, and in concert halls, no?
Is that the question of how I make my living?
Yeah. Well, because nobody makes a living at Don't Tell Mama and 88s,
No, I look at my career got its footing here in New York thanks to the cruise ship industry. 30 years ago, as soon as I got a New York Times review, I was able to get cruise ship work, and that helped me fund doing more cabaret work in the city. And those dates are what I call prestige dates. It's where I get the reviews that get me work out of town. And now I'm very fortunate that there are, I do symphony orchestra work, there's performing arts centers around the country, I haven't done a cruise in the last 3 years, but I'm about to do one in November, so I'm looking forward to that again, because that really is a wonderful way to work. But it really, what changed my life as a cabaret performer was the New York Times review.
Was it Stephen Holden, or who was the reviewer back then?
Stephen Holden.
Yeah.
Yes, 30, believe it or not, it was in 1988, 30 whatever years ago. That changed my life. After that New York Times review, I never had to wait tables again.
Well, actually, also, I have down here...
Nothing wrong with that.
No. In fact, back in 1992, you were performing in Chicago, and the critic for the Chicago Tribune wrote, and I quote, Jeff Harnar knows how to make... Oops, I just lost the screen there. Knows how to make a meticulously conceived show seem spontaneous. He even makes it look easy, which it isn't.
Oh.
I don't know if you ever saw that review, but it's up there.
Again, I love that.
I like that. That's good, Jeff.
Siempre que te pregunto que cuándo, cómo y dónde, tú siempre me respondes, quizás, quizás, quizás. Y así pasan los días y yo desesperado y tú contestando. Quizás, quizás, quizás. Estás perdiendo el tiempo pensando, pensando por lo que más tú quieres. ¿Hasta cuándo? ¿Hasta cuándo? Y así pasan los días y yo desesperado. Y tú contestando, quizás, quizás, quizás. If you can't make your mind up, we'll never get started. And I don't want to wind up being parted, broken hearted. Y así pasan los días y yo desesperado y tú contestando, quizás. Quizás, 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 quizás.
Now, Jeff, another question for you. Now, me, occasionally I like a nice glass of Manischewitz, and chocolate. Those tend to be my vices. You went through some shit, if you don't mind my saying. You were addicted to a few things. How the hell did that happen?
Oh, really? I thought you wanted to keep it up and optimistic.
Well, you came out of it. You're not dead. If you had done a Janis Joplin, it would be different. But you're here. You're fine. You're good.
Well, it ain't over yet. So I just take it one day at a time, literally and figuratively. Yeah, I did. I had my challenges and my struggles, and
But why, if you had music, if you had art, and the acclaim of people watching you in an audience, what more did you need? Why did you have to turn to substances?
Oh, it didn't happen quite that way.
Oh.
So, no, it wasn't that the audience wasn't enough or that music wasn't enough. It was that I wasn't enough. And it's taken me a long time to come to that kind of inner peace that I'm okay just being a human being. Not a human doing, but just a human being. And I'm very fortunate that I'm surrounded by loving, lovely people in my life today. I have just, so much gratitude for the road I've taken and how I've gotten to where I am, and that I get to do what I love to do still, and that I didn't burn too many bridges along the way.
And I just like to plug in there and say that Jeff is one of the kindest, gentlest, most loving people that I've ever worked with, and I think that he's an incredible person, and I think he is a courageous and strong person, and I back him to the hilt.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm not saying anything otherwise. It's just sometimes when we talk about it's like behind the music on VH1. It'd be kind of boring if it was just, everything was wonderful for them for 28 minutes.
I see.
Yeah, no, it's just like, how did you hit the lows, and then how did you come out of the lows and come back to this peaceful, zen-like, happy person with loving people all around you? That was really the question, So who is there a particular loving person around you these days? Hint, hint?
No, actually. You mean a significant roommate I do not have, but there is just more nurturing, loving people around me today than there ever have been. So, and I'm very, that's the other great thing about doing a cabaret act with someone like Sally is nobody casts me in that. I don't have to do that. That's something we do because we love being with each other. And, she lights me up. And so if I can do that and make music,
Well, you like to, Jeff, you also like to challenge yourself, I think, sometimes taking on what I would call the Danny Kaye-like numbers. The ones that are kind of verbal and...
Love me some patter songs.
Patter song, that's the word, yeah.
Yes.
Because
39 seconds, I'll give you Tchaikovsky.
Do it up.
They're like doing a crossword puzzle for me. They just really, I love Cole Porter. I love Stephen Sondheim. I love Condon and Green. I just really marvel at these people who can craft these kind of lyrics, and it makes me look witty and intelligent by memorizing them. So they're just like a win-win for me.
See, I try to do that with the Haftorah. Doesn't work at all. Now,
Sally can write those things, so there you go.
Actually, did either of you ever do the bar mitzvah circuit?
Not I.
Have not.
Oh, you missed so much. The gefilte fish cake, it's a wonderful thing. But Sally, you have a Broadway and cabaret life, which means travel, which means all of that, while having a husband, while having a kid. What compromises did you have to make, if any? Or is that sort of the ideal? When you're sick of the family, you can go on a plane for a week.
Well, I don't think I get sick of my family.
I think having to work with me is one of the great compromises she's made.
It's one of the best things ever. Listen, I will tell you this. I feel like if anything got compromised, it was my career. But from where I'm coming from, if you have a choice between your kid and a show or your kid and a job, there is no choice. I wanted to have a child. I wanted to raise him. I love him more than anything in this world. And so I was happy to do that. He
is her best work, I must say. Quite remarkable.
And, I'm so proud of him. He's at Manhattanville in his junior year. He's a poli-sci major, and he would hate that I'm talking about him, so I won't too much. But, he's an amazing...
He did officiate at their 25th wedding anniversary.
Oh!
That's right.
That was adorable.
He looked like Hawkeye Pierce in his little hat, his Hawaiian shirt, and we stood down by the water, and he talked about both of us, and then he let us clasp hands and renew our vows. And which brings me to my husband, who is, he's chaired 15 Broadway shows as a bass player, and he is an amazing Juilliard graduate, musician, and one of the best people I know. We've had a wonderful, wonderful life together. So,
He's very codependent, though. He insists on standing on stage during our entire show just to keep an eye on us.
Well,
He doesn't want us to run off together or anything, which could happen,
It could. You never, in show business, you never know what can happen with people.
Oh, he's our bass player. He's our bass.
I know. Well, that's the thing. Sally, you were wise because you never date a drummer. Any other instrument, it's fine, but they tell you, never the drummer. Be careful with those. So you were very wise.
What my thing is.
You know what you call a drummer without a girlfriend? Homeless.
No, what I never was never date actors. That just seemed to me to be a recipe for disaster.
So did you ever, and it was?
I'm trying to think if I ever dated. I think I did in college, maybe, but it was never, actually, one time when I was very young in college, and it was a disaster.
Oh.
He was just a cheater and an evil man. But everybody else that I dated was they were like techies or stage managers or stuff like that. And musicians, I always went for the musicians. So really, no, I just always thought that would be a bad idea to date actors.
And what about, I know, Jeff, you seem like a more private person, but what about you? What you're dating, musicians, actors, lawyers?
Neither. No.
Astronauts? No.
All of the men in my life, and we are way into double digits.
Oh, okay.
We're neither musicians, performers, actors.
Was that a conscious choice?
No, it just kind of worked out that way. But I think it, just dovetailing on what Sally said, you don't kind of find the best pool of people. She found a winner with Bob, I'll tell you that. He's a great guy.
Well, I will also say, I love all my actor friends. I love every single one of them. But that doesn't mean that I would want... I think that if you are in a business where you both do the same thing, that it's really hard.
It's hard.
And I think it would be easier to try to... And also, just because, you try to be a well-rounded, eclectic person. So, you want to know about other things than just besides acting in the theater. You want to know about a lot of different things in life. And so, one of the things about my husband is he is my handyman. He can fix anything. He can fix anything. If the car breaks down, he fixes it. If the dryer breaks, he fixes it. It's like he's amazing, and he's smart, and he's funny and witty, and we have such a good time together. So, and we don't make our whole life about the business, and that I think has kept me sane.
That's huge.
When man was first created, I'm sure his maker meant he'd be of good intent, kind heart and love, forgiving wrong. And though through ages fated to climb our wandering way, at last we'll find the day when joy shall be our song. I hear from every doubting Thomas, the world's a mighty cruel place. The broken heart, the broken promise, the evil of the human race. But you and I don't think so. We know there's something still of good beyond such ill, of right beyond the wrong, and we'll never lose our faith and hope and trust in all mankind. We'll work and strive while we're alive, that better way to find. As up and down I wander my weary way and I meet all kind of folks who listen to my song.
And I also want to ask, since we're talking about teaching and learning in a sense, two different things, one for both of you. First of all, Jeff, you went to the alma mater of my friend Dave, who is the host of this radio program, NYU, not too long after he was there. So do you have any great memories of NYU Tisch? That's what it was called. It was Tisch School of the Arts. It still is, actually, yeah.
Any great memories about NYU? I'll tell you, my favorite thing about NYU is that I went to it when I did, which was when New York was just a really tough place to be. I first came to NYU in 1979, and
oh wow,
walking to my classes on 42nd Street, if you weren't depressed before you got off the subway, you were depressed by the time you passed.
No, wait. So were your classes at Circle in the Square? Because NYU was downtown on West 4th.
I was at, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we were uptown on 42nd Street at a place called the Actors and Directors Lab, which is now the Harold Clurman Theater.
Oh.
And it was just like a battlefield. It was like World War II up there, just the people, the sordid.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really glad I got to experience and, see what New York has become, the way, especially that area of the city, the rebirth of it and reinvention. But those are some of my most profound memories. I mean, it was also a great time just with, I remember Angela Lansbury coming and giving us a master class, and Carol Shelley, Liz Swados was one of my teachers. It was a great time. It was a golden age.
No, I mean, in a way, Dave tells me his stories about going to Tisch from like 1981 till the mid-'80s. So it was pretty similar. But for you, Sally, you are occasionally teaching. I think we're at Texas University there. I have it somewhere. Texas State University.
I did a master class at, my friend Caitlin Hopkins is the head of the drama department at TSU.
Oh, okay.
I was down visiting, and I went and did a master class for her. And
so what is? Tell people who aren't necessarily theater geeks like Wah, what a master class consists of. It's not a recital. You are working with kids in what way?
Well, they get up and sing for me, and then I tweak them a little bit. And I teach song performance for the most part. I was part of the cabaret conference at Yale for 12 years and was a master teacher there. And basically what you do is you just help them perform their song better. You help them understand their material better. You help them present the story, tell the story better. I'm a good storyteller, and so I like to help people with that.
So get a little deeper in that, if you wouldn't mind. Like, if you have a song and the lyrics seem to be clear, how do you tell a story in song, without pictures, without projections, without other people on stage, just you? So what is that a dog behind you? What is that noise behind you there?
Yes, it's children, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It will pass.
Well, I think that you're asking me to explain how I do what I do, and I don't know if we have enough time for that, but I can tell you that sometimes people get up and sing a song and they don't need any help, but there are often technical things that they need, like don't close your eyes when you're singing about something that is emotional to you, or, don't put your mouth right directly on the microphone, or, maybe you don't want to wave your hands around in the air while you're doing that. You should limit your gestures to have meaning, and you should try to present the story in a clear way so that the audience can understand it and so that we see your heart,
Okay.
So that's what I try to convey and help them convey. And
that's major. That's kind of what I was going for. And how about you, Jeff? What's the best advice you ever got in so far as putting across a song in a cabaret or concert situation?
There are several pieces of great advice. I worked with a teacher named Sarah Louise Lazarus, and she actually ended up directing my first 7 shows in New York. But she was the one who really, I came in and I sang a song for her called If I Love Again. And she said, yeah, how beautiful, but how dare you? How dare you sing If I Love Again when you look like you're 19? Which, you know, at that time I was 30. The point being that it's paying attention to the lyrics and realizing that as a singer, the lyrics are my script, and it needs to be absolutely believable, these words coming out of my mouth. So she really guided me toward finding words that were appropriate and how to personalize them in a way that made my message unique. I used to believe that certain songs belonged to Judy Garland, that they belonged to Frank Sinatra. But if you really take the lyric and break it down into your own personal monologue, then it's a definitive version of a song. It may not be, you know, the chart topper that theirs were, but my rendition of a song will be as valid as theirs, because if I really brought everything I can to the, you know, who am I singing to? Why am I singing it? Where am I when I'm singing it? And when I teach a master class, those are the things I try and help students guide them to, is, you know, let's get this as specific as we can, because then it's absolutely your version of a song that will be unique and profoundly its own. And when I go to see a cabaret act, that's what I'm looking for, is someone who can just really, you know, really take me into a very unique personal experience. And I get to go to a master class every Wednesday night at the Laurie Beachman Theater watching AMAYESING.
And I feel the same way. You know, what's really kind of great about songs is that there are going to be a million different takes on a song. You know,
that's right.
Just because, you know, Judy Garland sang Somewhere Over the Rainbow her way, it doesn't negate the way that Sam Harris did it years later. I mean, you know, there's always another way in, and it's always going to be unique and personal because it's your way in. You know,
you may have heard Frank Sinatra sing That's All, but wait till you hear Sally and I do it.
I know. You know, I'm always having people like contact me and ask me if they can have my arrangement of this and my arrangement of that. And I know what they want. They want the sheet music, right? But I don't have the sheet music. What I have is my arrangement that I've worked out with my musical director and paid him to do for me. And so I'm not going to give you that. And also, if you do my arrangements, then you're not doing you. So you have to do your own take on this. And so what I usually do is I tell them that in the nicest way possible, and then I direct them to where they can go to get the sheet music so they can find their own unique take on it, right? Or I offer to help them with that.
It's true, because, you know, for years I've shied away from singing Shaving Cream because it so belonged to Benny Bell. But now you've given me the confidence to make that one my own. I think I can do it now.
I think you can do it, yeah.
The sign says I'm Miss Bird, that's my name. I'm one of those people who all look the same. At work I'm hardly seen, I come and go, but I know something that people don't know. Everyone who sees me thinks that I'm that dull Miss Bird. I could blow that myth apart, but I don't say a word. I sit here at my desk and no one knows. Not 20 minutes ago I was not wearing clothes. I was in someone's arms, in someone's bed. Oh, what the thought of it does to my head. If it's true a bird makes music when her heart takes wing, this bird is singing. This bird is singing. I'm singing. super's aptly named. Last week I went to the basement, more hours than I claimed. He says I'm super too. He calls me hot. I show those basement apartments a lot. Back at work, I'm crisp and fresh, reliable Miss Bird. Seals are dancing in my flesh, but I don't say a word. I'm showing Penthouse C as I begin. I still feel his hand sliding over my skin. My nipples start to throb inside my bra. That's when I start to go la-da-dee-da. If you never felt the lift a little lunch can bring, this bird is singing. This bird is singing. I'm singing Heaven 5, but I'm not saying a thing. No, 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 no. This is a floor through 5. I call it more a 6. The broken kitchen at tiles they will fix. Lots of girls who first seem shy have secrets I have found. If you think I'm special, I suggest you look around. That little office town who seems so dumb, how come a trip to McDonald's is making her hum? And Mrs. Smith in sales, who's turning gray, why is she smiling that curious way? If it's true the drabbest songbirds come alive in spring, the birds are singing. Miss Bird is singing. I'm singing but I'm not saying a thing. No, 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 no. Mum's the word. La, 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 la. Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard. Sugar the thing,
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been talking with the delightful and fun and musical Jeff Harnar and Sally Mays. They're going to be both at the Cabaret. Well, first of all, they're going to be at the Cabaret Convention celebrating Stephen Sondheim. That is Wednesday, October 19th at Rose Hall in Lincoln Center. But also, you're going to see them, of course, as they said, at the Laurie Beachman Theater. There are 2 Wednesdays. It's the 21st, it's this Wednesday, and also Wednesday, September 28th. Now, for more information on this, on Double Take, please go visit their individual websites and to see all the other things that Sally and Jeff are doing. So there's sallymays.net, M-A-Y-E-S, sallymays.net, and jeffharnar.com, and it's H-A-R-N-A-R. Kind of, you know, it's hard to remember that, but it's jeffharnar.com. Please go visit them, check them out. Last question before I bid you a very fond and wonderful adieu. What is each of your very, very favorite songs ever? Yeah, I know.
It's like asking for the juice between children.
Well, I've done that. Solomons are known for that, yeah.
Sophie's Choice. You hit it, Sally.
The next one I learned.
Oh boy. Give me the glucose index on that. But that's really cool. I like that. Then I'll ask you, what song are you working on right now?
Well, actually, I'm working on a song that I'm writing right now.
Ooh.
And it's called Not Yet. And it's Alex Ryback, our musical director, is writing the music with me. And so, it's always the next thing. It's always, people ask me what my favorite show is, and it's always the next one. You know, it's always the next one, because you never know what's going to come down the pike yet. And how lucky are we that we get to do this? This is what we do for a living. This is what we do for our life career. We chose our passion. And so it's wonderful to look ahead and say, what next? What's next? You know?
I think that's great. And before I ask you, Jeff Harnar, the same question about the song, it does remind me that I never even got to talk with you, Sally, about Closer Than Ever. Do you have any memories of that show, which really, it ran for a year, kind of put you on the map, really, in New York, even though it was off Broadway. It was not Broadway. But lots of awards. People loved that show. It was revived I think 2 seasons ago. Any memories of Closer Than Ever?
So many that I don't even know where to begin, except to say that I was fortunate enough to not only meet my husband doing that show, because he was the bass player, but also to meet my musical director for 21 years, Mr. Patrick Brady, who is not in the business anymore. He left the business. But I was lucky enough to have both those guys come into my life because of Closer Than Ever, not to mention that wonderful cast, because all of them are still friends of mine. And so it was really, really, I was handed the best material a girl could ever ask for. So, you know, Miss Bird has followed me around for years. You will never find any complaints about doing that, because it was one of the great memories of my life.
And Jeff, the best song, see, I haven't forgotten you, the best favorite song of all, maybe not to sing, but just of anywhere.
Well, my answer would be inspired by what Sally was just saying, and it would be the one I'm performing right now. Anytime I have an opportunity to get up on a stage and be really investing myself in a song that I've chosen, that I, really feel strongly about, those songs, I just really appreciate the opportunity to sing songs that I love right now. So, for instance, in the double take show that we're doing right now, I get to sing an Aznavour song called "There Is a Time," which I just adore, and
which he killed.
An Alan J. Lerner, Burton Lane song called "Come Back to Me." That just, the lyrics just don't get any better than that. And I also get to sing an original song by my musical director, Alex Rybeck, which is a hoot. And I love to be doing that, to be putting music out there by the people, around me who should be household names that are not yet.
Well,
songwriter.
The two people who we've been talking to should be, well, they are in New York, but they should be household names everywhere. Their names are Sally Mays, Jeff Harnar. See them at the Laurie Beachman Theater this Wednesday and next Wednesday night. I want to thank you both so very, very much for being so delightful in the neighborhood, and much continued music and success. May the next 100,000 songs that you sing be the best ones ever.
Oh, thank you so much.
Perfect.
Shalom to you guys.
Bye-bye, Rabbi Soul.
Bye-bye.
Hold me, never let me go until you told me what I want to know, and then just hold me, make me tell you I'm in love with you. Thrill me, walk me down the lane where shadows will be hiding lovers just the same as we'll be when you make me tell you I love you. They told me, be sensible with your new love. Don't be fooled thinking this is the last you'll find. But they never stood in the dark with you, love. When you take me in your arms and drive me slowly out of my mind. Kiss me, when you do I know that you will miss me, if we ever say adieu. So kiss me, make me tell you I'm in love with you. Darling, you send me, I know you send me, I know you send me, honest you do. At first I thought it was infatuation, but oh, it's lasted so long. Now I find myself wanting to marry you and take you home. Oh, you send me. I know you send me. I know you send me. Honest you do, honey, you send me, you thrill me, so why don't you come on and hold me, never let me go until you told me what I want to know, and then just hold me, make me tell you I'm in love with you.
Him, we're listening to him. That was Jeff Harnar on Dave's Gone By, singing Darling You Send Me. First done by Sam Cooke, but Jeff making that his own. Great to hear Jeff Harnar, great to hear Sally Mays as well, and thanking them so much for being guests in the neighborhood with our friend of the neighborhood, Rabbi Saul Solomon. To find out more about Rabbi Saul, by all means, please go to his website, shalomdamit.com. ShalomDammit.com. You can read and hear all his rabbinical reflections. You can also watch episodes of his hilarious, I guess I should say hilarious, TV show that he did for Long Island cable TV almost a decade ago. And also, there's even video footage of his entire stage play, Shalom Dammit, An Evening with Rabbi Saul Solomon, as it was recorded at the Richmond Shepherd Theater back in 2012. It was an early version of the show, but that's kind of cool because it's the longer version with a bunch of stuff that was cut later. So you get to see the Rabbi full on, all of the links, all of the material. It's all at shalomdammit.com. And, of course, you can go see our new friends of the neighborhood, Sally Mays and Jeff Harnar. They are appearing live this coming Wednesday at the Laurie Beachman Theater in the West Bank Cafe in Midtown Manhattan. Wednesday night, this, and also the following Wednesday night, September, I guess it's 28th. You can see them there as well. Well, you can hear us here at the University of Northern Colorado student radio station, UNCradio.com. I'm Dave Lefkowitz, hosting the program Dave's Gone By, as I have since October of 2002. This is our 574th episode. For those of you who haven't looked at the clock yet, yes, we're over time. We're supposed to run from 9 until noon, Mountain Time, on Saturdays, but sometimes, well, we can't cram everything in to 3 short hours, or even 3.5, or at this point, going on almost 4. We gotta get our stuff done. We have too much more to do. We've got our Bob Dylan music to play. We've got our Saturday segues of songs in the news. We also have to talk about our friends of the neighborhood. So do not go away. We are not done yet. We're very happy and proud to be here to bring Dave's Gone By to you. But before anything else, let's get to some more music we put on the show, because we've had musical guests. But one thing I love to play is a few songs by Bob Dylan, because he's so important to my upbringing. I mean, he changed my life musically when I was a teenager, when I was first going into junior high school. So let's hear. I'm stalling while I find the theme music, quite honestly. There it is.
gather round, people. It's time for Bob Dylan, Sooner and Later. Songs from all different times and phases of Bob Dylan's career. Everybody must get bobbed. Well, you know, Bob Dylan had his comeback albums. Not that he ever went away, but after Self-Portrait, he started doing stuff like Nashville Skyline and New Morning, and building himself back up from the first bad reviews of his career. And then later on, of course, he had the Boring Again period with albums that good reviews and notoriety, things like Slow Train Comin' and Saved, but then moved away from that and got some better reviews with albums like Infidels, and of course even later on than that he had some albums that kind of tanked, but came back with Time Out of Mind and Love and Theft. But one of the other albums in there was Remains, fairly high in the canon, as much for the production as it was for the songs. I'm talking about Bob Dylan's 26th studio album called Oh Mercy, which was released September 22nd, 1989, 27 years ago. And what was really special about it, and something that carried over into albums like Time Out of Mind, and even his more recent kind of Tex-Mex versions of classic Sinatra songs, is that swampy late night barroom kind of set 'em up Joe feeling of something haunted and spectral and yet still rather immediate. And that had to be credited to the producer Daniel Langlois on the album called Oh Mercy. Didn't know this, or I didn't remember this, that even the outtakes on this, Dylan was starting to fire again on most of his burners. So the songs Dignity and Series of Dreams, which have bigger productions and didn't really fit on this album the way it was produced, those went on to be highlights of some of his bootleg recordings, official Columbia Records bootlegs that were released years later. But let's roll it back to 27 years ago, this coming week, September 22nd, and the surprisingly terrific release of Oh Mercy. And I'm even going to surprise you a little bit, because I'm playing only one Dylan rendition from that record, and I'm going to do two cover versions of songs from Oh Mercy. We're going to start with Ring Them Bells, and a song from the Bob Dylan Uncovered collection, sung by Marc Andrew.
Ring them bells, yeah, heaven from the city that dreams. Ring them bells from the sanctuaries across the valleyless streams. For the deep and the wide, and the world's on its side, and time is running backwards, and so is the bride. Ring them bells, St. Peter, where the four winds blow. Ring them bells with an iron hand, so the people will know. Oh, it's rush hour now, on the wheel and the plow, and the sun is going down upon the sacred cow. Ring them bells, we mother for the poor man's son. Ring them bells so the world will know that God is one. 'Cause the shepherd's asleep, and the willows they weep, and the mountains are filled with lost sheep. Ring them bells for the blind and the deaf. Ring them bells for all the ones that are left. Ring them bells for the chosen few who will judge the many when the game is through. Ring them bells for the Ring them bells, St. Catherine, from the top of the roof. Ring them bells from the fortress for the lilies that bloom. Oh, the lines are long and the fighting is strong, and the breaking down the distance between right and wrong.
There's a whole lot of people suffering tonight from the disease of conceit. Whole lot of people struggling tonight from the disease of conceit. Come right down the highway, straight down the line. Rips into your senses, through your body and your mind. Nothing about it that's sweet, the disease of conceit. There's a whole lot of hearts breaking tonight from the disease of conceit. Whole lot of hearts shaking tonight from the disease of conceit. Steps into your room, eats into your soul. Over your senses, you have no control. Ain't nothing too discreet about the disease of conceit. There's a whole lot of people dying tonight from the disease of conceit. Whole lot of people crying tonight from the disease of conceit. Comes right out of nowhere, and you're down by the count. From the outside world, the pressure will mount. Turn you into a piece of meat, the disease of conceit. Conceit is a disease that the doctors got no cure. They've done a lot of research on it, but what it is they're still not sure. There's a whole lot of people in trouble tonight from the disease of conceit. Whole lot of people seeing double tonight from the disease of conceit. Give you delusions of grandeur and an evil eye. Give you the idea that you're too good to die. Then they bury you from your head to your feet from the disease of conceit.
Dylan sooner and later on Dave's Gone By.
What good am I if I'm like all the rest? If I just turn away when I see how you're dressed, if I shut myself off so I can't hear you cry? What good am I? What good am I if I know and don't do? If I see and don't say, if I look right through you, if I turn a deaf ear to the thunder and sky, what good am I? What good am I while you softly weep? And I hear in my head what you say in your sleep. And I freeze in the moment like the rest who don't try. What good am I? What good am I then to others and me if I've had every chance and yet still fail to see? If my hands are tied, must I not wonder within who tied them and why, and where must I have been? What good am I if I say foolish things? And I laugh in the face of what sorrow brings. And I just turn my back while you silently die. What good am I?
Well, I think it's fair to say that Barb Jungr is very good indeed. That's what good she is. Barb Jungr there, doing the Bob Dylan "Good Am I," a song that you will first hear Dylan himself doing on the Oh Mercy album, an album that came out 27 years ago this week. It was released September 22nd, 1989, and featured his version of the song What Good Am I, Barb's version, and I can call her Barb because she is a friend of the neighborhood. She was on this show, I guess, about 4 years ago or so. Her album Every Grain of Sand came out in 2010. That, of course, another Dylan title from a different Dylan album. We also heard in that Bob Dylan set Ring Them Bells, Marc Andrews' version from Bob Dylan Uncovered, and the Bob Dylan song Disease of Conceit, not one of his more popular numbers from Oh Mercy, but we are indeed celebrating Oh Mercy because it came out 27 years ago and is still, it remains high up there. It's not one of those albums that people say, oh, like with the Rolling Stones, it's their best since, and it sounds good on the first hearing or two, then you kind of forget about it and don't hear it for years. Dylan's Oh Mercy holds up, and it really is worth listening to if you hadn't heard it or haven't heard it for a while. So, we've heard some music here on Dave's Gone By, and we still have some more music to play in just a little bit because we'll have our Saturday segue of songs that have to do with things and people and events in the news. I'm just trying to pull up, though, our friends of the neighborhood, if I can. There they are. Because we like to do this, too, is put a little music underneath us there. Maybe some, Mozart's good. The friends of the neighborhood are folks who have appeared on this program in months and years past. We're proud to have had them on the show. So we like to honor that by keeping posted on what they're doing. So, it brings us credit for having the good taste to have these talented, productive people on Dave's Gone By. And then we go to say, hey, this person was in a new Broadway show. This person's just written a book. That person has a new album out. So hang with me now while we celebrate and salute the friends of the neighborhood. For example, tonight, our friend Phil Johnson is going to appear in the one-man show that he was talking about on this program. He has a show he wrote and stars in called A Jewish Joke, and he's doing it as one performance only in New York tonight as part of the United Solo Festival. And those of you who listen to this program know I'm a fan of that festival because I did my play, The Miracle of Long John's, there last October, where it won Best Script. Yay. Thank you, guys. But, hey, maybe Phil will win this year. For his play, A Jewish Joke, it's at the United Solo Festival just tonight in New York. Now, moving to Monday night at Birdland, one of the guests of Amanda Green's show in that nightclub will be Alice Ripley, our Tony-winning friend from Next to Normal. So you want to go see her on Monday night at Birdland. On Tuesday, the band Buck Cherry will be at the PlayStation Theater in Times Square. I mean, that's a big band. It's a big old theater. They weren't all here, but we did have the, I think he's the bass player, or the guitarist, Keith Nelson, and co-songwriter for Buck Cherry. So we wish him a very successful New York night at the PlayStation Theater in Manhattan on Tuesday evening. And then, of course, can't say this enough, on Wednesday night at the Laurie Beachman Theater, you've got Sally Mays and Jeff Harnar doing their double take. Then, towards the weekend, don't forget that TJ and Dave are back at the Barrow Street Theater. See them for 3 nights only, doing their long-form improvisation. They just stand on stage for about half a minute, saying nothing, just kind of looking at each other. And then they begin, and within an hour or so, they have created a humorous, serious play out of just making it up as they go along. It's rather extraordinary, TJ and Dave at the Barrow Street Theater. Oh, and big congratulations to our friend Dave Koenig. He is an actor and a comedian, and he's landed the role of Herbie in the Gallery Players production of Gypsy that is happening at Park Slope in Brooklyn from September 22nd through October 9th. I mean, if you ever need another reason to see Gypsy, here's one. Dave Koenig is in it in Park Slope. Also, stuff that's continuing to play, I want to let you know that Brad Zimmerman, his solo show, My Son the Waiter, A Jewish Tragedy, is at the New Jersey Theater George Street Playhouse that is in New Brunswick now through October 2nd. Playing now through the middle of October at the Pearl Theater Company, extended there, is the old play A Taste of Honey, directed by Austin Pendleton. And the Mint Theater has Austin Pendleton directing A Day by the Sea, that is, again, as I said, directed by Austin. That is at the Samuel Beckett Theater over on Theater Row. So you can maybe take a Saturday and make a day of it. See A Taste of Honey in the afternoon and A Day by the Sea in the evening, and watch just how delicately Austin Pendleton works as a director on these classic or near-classic plays. Now through the end of the year, on Broadway, Fiddler on the Roof. Rabbi Saul Solomon is jumping in the hallway at the mention of that show. But, you know, it's co-written by Sheldon Harnick, he's the lyricist, and it features our pal Danny Burston as Tevye, Tony-nominated Tevye, I might add, at Broadway's Broadway Theater now through the end of the year. Now until a long time from now, Aladdin is on Broadway and features music by Alan Menken. That's over at the New Amsterdam Theater. At the Stephen Sondheim Theater, Beautiful, the Carole King story, with a book by our pal Douglas McGrath, and School of Rock at the Winter Garden Theater, with lyrics by Glenn Slater. Oh, and Waitress at the Brooks Atkinson Theater, featuring Dakin Matthews in a featured role. It's going to get to the point on this show where half the shows on Broadway we'll have to mention because someone we know is in them or involved in them, and that would be just fine by me. But we can also move off Broadway. I mentioned before that Gerard Alessandrini's spoof of Hamilton, Spamilton, has just been extended to the end of the year at the Triad Theater, and Andrew Goffman is in The Accidental Pervert over at the 13th Street Repertory Theater in its 8th season and counting. Jim Caruso's Cast Party every Monday night at Birdland. Moving to other media, don't forget to surf through StageBuddy.com, a wonderful website if you're in New York and you want to go to a movie or you want to go to a show or a club. This will give you all the information you need, with also interesting stories and interviews with folks who are doing creative things in New York. StageBuddy.com, run by our friend Evan Seplow. And in completely old well, it's digital now, but it's still hard copy, I think, in Chicago, Mary Shanbarnage is their theater critic. She is back on her feet. She broke either her leg or her hip or something late last year and was out of commission as a theater critic for about 4 months, which was a terrible loss to Chicago theater because she is a superb writer. But she's back doing her things, 2 or 3 reviews a week, and they are published in Windy City Times, which you can find at windycitytimes.com, and also syndicated to our own totaltheater.com, so read her there. Eva Heinemann hosts the theater review program on cable TV High Drama. Find it on their Facebook page, and remember it's H-I, play on words there, High Drama, with Eva Heinemann. And of course Charlie Gross and Leslie Hovan Blake co-host Two on the Aisle on Manhattan Cable TV, on Manhattan Neighborhood Network. You can see that and stream that on, I think it's Thursday nights. I just lost the place on that. It is alternate Thursday nights, 10 o'clock Eastern Time, streaming on mnn.org. Dr. Demento, beloved Dr. D, still doing brand new episodes on his website, drdemento.com, as well as archiving the old ones. Oscar Brand, still continuing the Folk Song Festival on WNYC AM Radio, 820 on Saturday nights. He's on tonight, 8 o'clock Mountain Time, 10 o'clock Eastern Time. It's his 69th season doing the show. It really has to be the longest running program on radio or TV hosted by the same person of all time. Now, he's not really making new programs per se. I think he's just kind of introducing some older shows from 10 or 20 years ago. But still, he's 96 and it's still there. So we appreciate WNYC streaming that. It would be nice if they could archive his broadcasts on the website, the way NPR does, the way WFMU does. Just a hint, folks. There's some big history there, especially of the shows that he was doing in the late 50s and early 1960s. Just a thought, WNYC. Anyway, and finally, Bob Cudmore, our friend of the neighborhood, writing books and articles about upstate New York history. Find out more about him at bobcudmore.com. And those, my friends, are the friends of the neighborhood for this Saturday, September 10th. Sorry about that microphone. 2016, our 574th episode of the show, Amazing, dedicated to Jeff Harnar and Sally Mays. We thank them so much, and we thank you for listening. It's after 1 o'clock. It's 12 minutes after 1. I know. We're way over time. I'm kind of, part of me loves that. Part of me loves that I can be on here. I could probably be on here until 5 o'clock today without anybody stopping me. But that's not the idea. If you've been listening to this show and enjoying the show, and you are a member of the UNC community, a student especially, but also faculty, and also staff, and you want to get involved in the radio station and help us out, and maybe even do a program, please contact us. Please go to the UNC Student Radio website and find out how, and how simple it is to train you. It'll take less than half an hour of your time, and then you can put together a show and play whatever music you like. or talk about anything you want to, from sports to student government to issues in the world at large, to dating, to playing EDM music or jazz or show tunes or blues or rock, or even top 40, it's here for you. This radio station that streams everywhere all over the world. This radio station that is plugged into the UNC community here in Greeley, Colorado. What are you waiting for? Jump in. So that, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 weeks from now, I'll get on the mic, I'll start my show at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I'll finish up, I'll think about finishing up a bit after noon, and then I'll realize, oh my gosh, I have to be off the mic by no later than 12:30 because somebody wants to do a program here. Some student has signed up and is as entitled to be at this microphone as I am. And while I might feel a little grumbly and say, oh, well, I wanted to play some more music and I wanted to keep the show going, another part of me would be saying, well, good. Well, good. There's more students, more people getting back into this radio station and making it go. So please think about it. Contact Dylan, who is our general manager. Go to our Facebook page and sign in, or not sign in, but like us and follow us, and also figure out, real simple, and come visit us at the radio station when people are here and get involved. And within literally 2 weeks, you can go from just hearing us on the web to being at one of these microphones with your iPod, playing the music that you want to. I can't, I've said it for years, and I can't exhort any further. But it's an especially good time because we're still kind of sparse here. And we had our big meeting, our big fall meeting of the radio station just a week and a half ago, where we asked folks who were interested in getting involved and being on the air to come and be with us at the University Center and find out the rules of the road and the ground rules and everything. And we had, I would say, about 2 to 3 dozen people, which means we'll probably get about 15 shows out of that. Well, we got 24 hours, 7 days a week to fill here. We want your input. We don't want to just be playing pre-recorded music all day. I don't want to be just the only live person on this station, dragging it on my back like a turtle shell. Join me, won't you? Anyway, join me now. There's that stupid microphone again. Join me now for just a bit more music with our last segment of this Dave's Gone By radio program, because, stuff is happening in the news in the world at large. And so we like to do another Saturday segue. It's one of the fun things. We did one earlier about the birthdays of Hank Williams and Shooby Taylor, but in the new Saturday segue, this is the fun one. This is the one where I'll play a couple of songs, and you have to guess why I am playing them. So it will invariably have something to do with stuff that's going on in the news and the world and current events. Something that maybe happened that was big last week, a big social media topic maybe. Sorry, I'm just trying to coordinate this microphone and my iTunes at the same time. And chew gum. Oh, come on. Really? Really? What happened here? Hold on. I wonder if I goofed up. And didn't. I'm sure I had this. Oh, there it is. I just put it in the wrong folder. So, I'm going to play 3 songs in our Saturday segue of songs in the news. You try and figure out, why is Dave playing that? What does that have to do with stuff that I've seen on TV or read in the newspapers or felt in the social media zeitgeist? We're going to start with a classic from Larry Williams at his finest.
I wanna jump, but I'm afraid I'll fall. I wanna holler, but the joint's too small. Young man rhythm got a hold of me too. I got rockin' pneumonia and a boogie woogie blue. Wanna nothing, baby, that ain't all. I wanna kiss her, but the girl's too tall. Young man rhythm got
Bit of Larry Williams on Dave's Gone By. So that's the first song in our Saturday segue of songs in the news. You know, pretty simple one. Why I would play that following what happened this week. Here's another couple of tunes.
Virgin.
Going down in the dead man's town. The first kick I took was when I hit the ground. Like a dog, it's been beat too much. You spend half your life just to covering up. Born in the USA. Born in the USA. Born in the USA. Born in the USA. I got in a little hometown jam. And so they put a rifle in my hands. Son, you ever heard of Vietnam? Well, go and kill the yellow man. Born in the USA. Born in the USA. Born in the USA. Born in the USA. Come back on the refineries. Hiring man says, son, if it was up to me, I'd go down to see the VA man. He says, son, don't you understand? Born in the USA. Born in the USA. Born in the USA. Born in the USA. I heard him, but fighting off from the Vietcong. They're still there, he's all gone. They had a little girl in Saigon. I got a picture of him in her arms. Gas fire the refinery. I'm 10 years down the road. Nowhere to go, nowhere to go. I'm a long gone daddy in the USA. Born in the USA. I'm a rockin' daddy in the USA. Born in the USA.
Bet you never heard that version before, but I'm glad I get to play this for you.
I forgot what my father said. I forgot what he said. I forgot what my mother said as we lay on your bed. A city full of flowers, a city full of rain. I got 7 days to live my life, or 7 ways to die. I forgot what my brother said. I forgot what he said. I don't regret anything at all. I remember how we wept on a bridge of violent people. I was small enough to cry. I got 7 days still my trembling heart. 7 days is to live my life, or 7 ways to die. Forgot they made me, so I forgot them too. I listen to the shadows, I play among their graves. My heart was never broken, my patience never tried. I got 7 days to live my life, or 7 ways to die. 7 days to live my life, or 7 ways to die. 7, 7, 7.
From the album Hours, the late and truly great David Bowie there, with a song called 7 that we're playing as part of our Saturday segue here of songs in the news on Dave's Gone By. And why are we playing them? Well, let's see, 7. Go figure, I lost my notes again. Here we go. The late David Bowie doing 7 because on the same week, kind of those two great rivals, Apple and Samsung. Actually, it's more like Apple and IBM, but when it comes to telephones, Apple and iTunes both chose this past week to release their version 7. Samsung had to recall 1 million Galaxy Note 7 smartphones on Thursday after a spate of fires led to injuries and property damage, along with a global marketing headache for the South Korean tech giant, because I think they were warning people or saying you could get it recalled or fixed, and before they finally said, okay, just bring them all in. So, Samsung had to recall its Galaxy Note 7s. Apple just introduced its latest version of the iPhone 7, which went on sale on Friday. And by the way, the president of Samsung Electronics said, quote, "We did not meet the standard of excellence that you expect and deserve." And then he ritually disemboweled himself. So, they're kind of difficult over there at Samsung. So the 7 versus the 7, and so far the Apple is apparently very much on top for a couple of different reasons. They're also saying that the iPhone is better in some ways in general than the Samsung. But I don't know, I've got a Samsung and I like it, and I don't want to pay $800 for a goddamn telephone, quite honestly. But that's why we play David Bowie's 7 in our Saturday segue of songs in the news. We started up top with Larry Williams, the classic Rockin' Pneumonia and the Boogie Woogie Flu. Well, who knows what Hillary Clinton really had, but her doctors at least released the announcement that she had walking pneumonia after teasing a story out for almost a week, and all the GOP and Republicans saying, oh my gosh, she's hiding terrible, serious illnesses, and she's stumbling at the 9/11 memorial, which was last Sunday. So she's out there in the hot, muggy sun for an hour and a half, starts feeling unwell, and then the photographers follow her and see her being helped into a van and stumbling on the way, and really feeding into what had seemed like a conspiracy theory BS rumor by the Republicans, now looking like, oh my God, what the hell is she hiding? What is wrong with her? She's only 68 years old, but is she not in good physical shape to be the president? And then doctors releasing saying, no, she's fine. She's got walking pneumonia. She's doing more with walking pneumonia than most of us would do when we're perfectly healthy and 20 years younger. You know? I mean, she's on speaking tour. She's getting on and off airplanes all day. So this may possibly put to rest the whole Hillary Clinton mysterious illness thing, or it may not. And it does again feed into the trust issue as well, because why the hell couldn't she and her staff say, 10 days ago, oh, guess what? Hillary's come down with a bad case of walking pneumonia. I mean, not that pneumonia that lays her up for 3 months, but a tough case of this illness. And really, she ought to be lying low for a week, sitting in bed, eating soup, and watching Oprah, or whatever the hell, watching MSNBC, instead of out there campaigning and making speeches and dealing with staff and combating Donald Trump's tweets and just flying around and being driven around and going everywhere. Nobody wants to do that when you're sick. She did, but then why hide it? Why say, as soon as she stumbled at the 9/11 memorial, the first words that went out was, well, she overheated. She got a little, they made it sound like quick sun poisoning. So just tell us. The woman cannot tell the full truth about anything. Something always has to be hidden. Something as simple as, something that we would have been sympathetic about. You tell me, oh my God, she's got a bit of pneumonia and she's still out doing X, Y, and Z. Good for. I mean, it's kind of a silly thing to do in the long run. She should rest. But okay, wow, tough on her. Good for Hillary. Instead, it's like, there's nothing wrong with her. Paying no attention to the man behind the curtain. She's just overheated, and the Republicans are spouting their BS about her being, seriously unwell. Well, she was seriously unwell. It's just temporarily. So it just feeds into the most ridiculous, silliest, worst couple of people running for president. That, and I mean, hell, I've seen in my lifetime some people running for president, but oh my God. Anyway, that's why we played Rockin' Pneumonia and the Boogie Woogie Flu. And of course, there's Donald Trump on Fallon. Well, first on what was it, Dr. Phil, releasing a statement from his physician, and then having his hair mussed up, which I have to admit, that was cool of the Donald. He takes so much crap about his hair, and he's so careful with it. To have Jimmy Fallon go and rumple it and stuff, that was okay. I'll give Donald props for that. And also in this Saturday segue of In the News songs, we played The Boss, Bruce Springsteen, but not his bossy version of Born in the USA, the title track of that album, but the pretty unknown version from the Tracks collection, which was his version of the Dylan bootleg stuff, and an acoustic weird Born in the USA that almost sounds like it belonged on Nebraska. Well, why did we play Born in the USA? Apparently, finally, maybe the birther controversy might be leaving us. Maybe. Because now, first, Donald Trump's people said, oh yeah, by the way, okay, we've looked at the birth certificate, and Barack Obama was born in America. Okay. And then 2 days later, or maybe it was 24 hours later, Donald Trump himself said, okay, Obama was born here, and sorry for starting up the birther controversy. It was just one biography, unauthorized, that said he wasn't. And it was Hillary who started the controversy in the first. No, she didn't. No. So, Barack Obama, our president, was born in the USA, and Donald Trump is finally saying so, basically just in time to not have that part of the debate, maybe, of not having announcers ask him that question so they can move on to other things. So, thank you, Donald, for acknowledging the bleeding obvious 5 years after you should have acknowledged the bleeding obvious. And that is obviously our In the News Saturday segue here on the Dave's Gone By radio program of the year, featuring me, Dave Lefkowitz. To find out more about me and this program, please go to our brand new wonderful website, davesgoneby.com. DAVESGONEBY. davesgoneby.com. All the archives are there. We've done 574 shows now. Of those, 2 are missing. 2 were improperly recorded. The tape didn't go. We've lost them forever. And then there were 1 or 2 that things also went wrong, and we don't even count them in the archives and numerically. But every other show that we have done for 14 years is there for free. Some have technical glitches. Some you'll hear the microphone do. Sorry about that. But most of the time, they sound pretty damn good. Even back when we were on AM radio years ago on Long Island. And now, of course, when we're here digitally in Colorado. Have fun. They're free to stream. You'll see the archive section. It's on the right-hand side. You can listen to entire episodes. And, you can download them to your iPods as an MP3. You can stream them directly on your computer. You can skim through them. If you get a little tired of my talking, you want to get right to the music, you can do that. And also, there's a separate archive of all our interviews. So, like, after this show is posted on our archives in a day or 2, you can hear the whole show again or share it with friends. Or if you don't want to hear me and all the segues and the Greeley crimes and old times, maybe you just want to hear Sally Mays and Jeff Harnar, our delightful guests, you can click to the separate archive of just the interviews, although I will tell you that we stripped the music out of those interviews because they go on YouTube as well. So if you want to hear everything with the music in between the talking, you've got to hear the whole show. But if you're just interested in the talking, we've got the separate interview archives, hundreds of people that we've talked to. We've got Wretched Puns of Destiny, a segment that we were doing about a year back of terrible, terrible plays on words. The whole archive is there. Give them a listen, give them a read. We've also got the songs, the original songs that we've done on the show, and the skits that we've done over the years. Tons of great material, I think, on our davesgoneby.com website. Also, if you go there, you can click on the white and blue letter F logo. That'll bring you to our Facebook page. Please like us and follow us there. This is a big banner week, man. This past week, we redid the website and sent it live, right? They fixed a lot of the material at the radio station, this microphone accepted. And also, what was I about to say? Oh, no. About Facebook? Oh, yeah. We've been on this quest for the past month to finally bump up to 3,000 fans and friends on Facebook. Took a while, but we got there. In fact, we're over 3,000 now. I don't know if I'm going to set another bar or another goal of Facebook likes and Facebook followers, just because half the things I get now are seemingly spam. It's always, hot women with big boobs, and you want to friend them, but then you start getting advertisements for sunglasses posted directly to your Facebook page. I'm like, oh, no, avoid. Or, I see somebody whose name I've never heard of, and they have a photograph, and they joined Facebook 3 years ago, and they've done nothing since. And then I'm wondering, how did this person get somebody's fishing. But getting real legitimate people and people who love radio and music and theater and the arts and culture and everything that we do here in the neighborhood, more than happy to have you as friends of the neighborhood, fans and followers, more than happy to keep you up to date with what we do on the program, because that's the main thing. We post a day or two before the show. Hey, did you know that Sally Mays and Jeff Harnar are going to be on today's show? Did you know that next week we're going to have Seth Rudetsky, the jack of all trades of Broadway, a man who has sat in the orchestra pit, a man who's written skits and bits for the Broadway Cares Equity Fights AIDS, Gypsy of the Year, and Easter Bonnet competitions, a man who used to write for the Rosie O'Donnell TV show, a man who has written young adult novels, as well as Broadway diaries of celebrity dish and stories that happened to them when they were on Broadway. What else am I missing? He's also a musician who accompanies the most famous Broadway stars you can think of when they go on concert tours. People like Patti LuPone and, Kelly O'Hara and Laura Band. I mean, all those kinds of folks. He used to do the Broadway Chatterbox over at Don't Tell Mamas weekly for years, and then he just got so busy he had to stop doing it because he's also a radio host. He's on Sirius XM radio almost every day of the week, playing show tunes, talking to theater people. He's got the life I want, folks. But I can't be him. There's only one Seth Rudetsky, and we're going to have him in the neighborhood next Saturday. And you know that if you're on our Facebook page, liking and following us, because we'll put that on Thursday or Friday and let everybody know. So, please like us on Facebook. Please go to davesgoneby.com. Please email me, davesgoneby@aol.com. Would love to hear your comments, your thoughts, and suggestions. I got some wonderful feedback already on Jeff Harnar and Sally Mays being in the neighborhood. I'm not sure if I can get back to that. But if you go to our Facebook page, you can probably find the messages that we've gotten there. And I've seen some of the emails of people who are really, really thrilled that Sally Mays and Jeff Harnar were on the show. We sure are, and I sure exhort you to go to the Laurie Beachman Theater this Wednesday at 7, I believe it is, in Midtown Manhattan. It's at the West Bank Cafe over on the west side in the 40s. If you miss them this Wednesday, September 21st, don't worry. You can see them next Wednesday, September 28th, doing the same thing, their double take show. We thank them ever so much for being in the neighborhood. And I thank you guys for listening and joining us this week and every week. Want to do, just before I go, because, you can't tear me away from this microphone. It's 1:41 in the afternoon already. I should have been off the air at noon, and here I am. But, I love to do the weather. All us radio and media people do. I do want to tell you that you couldn't possibly ask for more gorgeous weather. It's 78 degrees right now, going up to a high of 80. Sunshine, little bit of clouds moving in later, but can't ask for more. It'll actually start to get almost uncomfortably warm again over the next couple of days. 86 for a high tomorrow. Sunny, little bit of humidity, but doesn't seem to be any chance of showers. Same thing for Monday, where we might once again peak just about at 90 degrees. I mean, I think I said 2 weeks ago that, okay, here it is, folks. Here's that last possible 90-degree day again. You won't see it again until next May or June. And here we are, closing in on late September almost already. And Monday will get us up to just about 90, with a low of 48 on the overnights. Still very clear weather, not even a drop of precipitation seemingly in the forecast. Tuesday still warm, but with more clouds rolling in, high in the upper 80s. Then starts to cool down over the next few days, towards the end of the week. A lot of sunshine on Wednesday, but the high only reaching the mid-80s. Then Thursday, bit more cloudy. Now we could get a chance of showers in the afternoon, and the high only where we are today, in the low 80s. So still incredibly gorgeous weather. But Friday, whoa, big cold front moving in. We won't crack higher than 68 degrees. And then down to the mid-40s, with also still a chance of rain on that day. And then a week from today, Saturday, staying in those numbers, really gorgeously cool weather. It's just not summer weather anymore. High of 70 degrees next Saturday, low in the mid-40s. So, yeah, you might need an umbrella here and there towards the end of the week, but the next few days, especially if you like it on the warmer side, enjoy this Colorado late summer. I mean, this is the end of it. Fall officially is this week. I've been teaching for almost a month now, so it feels like I'm in the middle of autumn already. Most, I think, teachers feel that way once Labor Day hits. But no, still summer. Still time to dream. But don't dream too much. Or, that's what Sally Mays does in this final song of this episode here on this Saturday, September 17th, 2016. Thank you so much to all my listeners. Thank you so much to my darling wife, Joyce, for spending the first part of the show with us. Thank you to the board of UNC Radio and to Dylan, the general manager, for letting me do what I do here every week week after week. Thanks to Rabbi Sal Solomon. Remember to go visit him at shalomdammit.com. Thanks to Sally and Jeff. And here, as I said, is Sally singing I Dream Too Much and Gone By.
You cannot guess what loveliness belongs to you. If I could dance, we'd have a chance to share it too. I am not gay enough to share a waltz. Tonight I boast one of my most unhappy faults. I dream too much, but if I dream too much, I only dream to touch your heart again. I close my eyes to see your hand, your smile, your joy in loving me. Stars fade out of the skies just to rest in your eyes. Your step is like a slender daffodil swaying. Your voice is like a muted violin playing. The light will bloom and quite dispel the gloom on sight of you who can charmingly grace our room. I close my eyes to see your hand, your smile, joy in loving me. We die.